Okay, I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. And I want to wish everybody a happy Equinox Day. It's sometime this evening, the sun will be right over the equator, or however you want to put that. And then days get longer and longer and longer, very quickly. Doesn't look like spring outside, though. Before we start, Commissioner, do you have anything for us?
Nope.
Ryan?
No, Mr. Chair.
Amy?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everybody. That's all I got.
I know George has something for the good of the order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Papswell. Yes, Kendra Holman, our wildlife biologist, one of the wildlife biologist teams here, her daughter did win a silver and a bronze in the Winter Arctic Games there last weekend. We're really proud of the bow and arrow.
Cheryl, anything
No, thank you, Mr.
before we start? And Captain Johnson?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
If not, Stush.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 208, lengthen the moose hunting season in Unit 19E Echo by 5 days, allow proxy hunting, and eliminate restriction of the 1 permit per household.
Second.
Proposal 208's been moved and seconded. Department?
Yeah, good morning, Board. For the record, I'm Josh Pierce, the area biologist in McGrath, and for Proposal 208, it would extend the RM 682 season by 5 days, allow for proxy hunting, and allow more than 1 person per household to receive a permit. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal, but we support the season extension. This proposal was submitted by the Stony Holitna AC, known as the Shack. This map shows Unit 19E, which includes the RM 682 hunt area in orange and the Lime Village management area shown in blue. The bear control focus area is also shown. This is the area with the highest densities of moose, the best access, and where most of the moose in Unit 19E are harvested. Unit 19E is open from September 1 to 5 with a bag limit of 1 antlered bull. The department is authorized to issue up to 75 permits. The Holitna controlled use area also applies to big game hunters in the Holitna drainage and limits them to the use of no bigger than 40 horsepower motors. Board findings further restrict access to RM 682 permits, and they are only available in person in the villages of Sleetmute and Stony River in the month of July. Only 1 permit per household may be issued, and proxy hunting is not allowed. If this proposal were to pass, the new season dates would be September 1 to 10, and board findings would be modified to permit proxy hunting as well as allow more than 1 permit per household. RM 682 has now been in place for 5 years. Over this time frame, we have issued an average of 29 permits annually. Approximately half of the permit recipients hunt, and an average of 7 moose have been harvested with a 43% success rate. During the last survey in 2023, we found approximately 2,700 moose in the RM 682 hunt area. Within the bear control focus area, we found approximately 1,500 moose. Due to limited access in Unit 19E, the bear control focus area is where most of the hunting takes place, and the harvestable surplus from this area is 60 moose. Composition data collected within the bear control area indicate good bull cow ratios with 48 per 100 cows in the fall of 2023. Calf cow ratios were moderate with 28 calves per 100 cows in the same year. The RM 682 hunt area was closed for 13 years due to low moose numbers. During that time, extensive work was done to try and rebuild the population, including bear control and wolf control. When the board reopened the area to hunting, they did so in a deliberately conservative fashion. Moose numbers have improved, and the harvestable surplus is now about 110 moose within the permit area, but as I said, 60 within the bear control area. Current harvest is below that, and there are additional moose that can be harvested. Proposal 208 would extend the RM 682 season by 5 days, allow for proxy hunting, and allow more than one person per household to receive a permit. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of the proposal, but support the season extension. The Stony Holitna AC supports these changes as a way to increase opportunity, but would like to see the hunt continue to be managed in a conservative fashion. If adopted, the board will need to modify the findings in 2019-225-BOG to allow for proxy hunting, as well as the issuance of more than one permit per household. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member questions, discussion? Dave?
Thank you, Josh, for your presentation. Why do you think that there's so little participation by hunters from the number that actually had the permits than the ones that actually hunted? Is there a reason that you can point your finger at for that?
Yeah, good morning, and through the chair. Yeah, I think participation in part is low. It's only the first 5 days of the season, of September, and those first 5 days can be pretty hit or miss in terms of the quality of the hunting available at the time, if it's really warm still or happens to be very wet and rainy. And so lengthening it, I think we would get better participation.
Go ahead, Dave.
And so on the proxy part of this proposal, so antlered bulls are eligible for proxy under the regulation, or it'd basically be in any bull permit, right? For antlered bulls during the,
Okay, yeah, so through the chair, the bag limit currently is for one antlered bull, and when this hunt was implemented in 2019, those hunts were not eligible for proxy hunting. The board changed that in 2020, I think it was, so those hunts are now eligible for proxy hunting.
and,
Go ahead, Dave.
and so one more thing, so if we do allow more than one permit issue per household and allow proxy hunting, you can still control the take with your number of permits that you actually issue. So are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We can adjust the number of permits, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I found the definition for domicile, but what's the definition for household? And I know in the definition for domicile, it mentions household, but what's the definition of household?
I'm gonna have to ask Natalie or somebody else to help with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Natalie Weber with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. The board has defined household to mean that group of people domiciled in the same residence. And that's in 92-990. So household means that group of people domiciled in the same residence.
Thank you.
Additional discussion, questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a limited amount of permits that are issued?
Yes.
Member Barrett, through the chair, yeah, we've been currently issuing 30 permits per year. However, we do have up to language of 75.
So is it adding a season with limited permits? Have we thought about just issuing more permits and keeping the season the same? Was that any discussion with the AC or?
Yeah, we definitely had discussion about that and came to the conclusion, I think increasing the season is going to be the better of the two options at first, continuing, taking baby steps along the way, but to increase harvest, having a longer season, I think will be really important. As you guys know, 1st to the 5th is not really that ideal of a hunting season.
Go ahead, Al.
So I get concerned when it's a limited number of permits, especially when it's 30, and you have to go out to the area to get your permit. It really limits anybody else that's not from the area to participate in that hunt. Where if you issued a few more permits, there might provide some opportunity for other Alaskans to get out there and go hunting.
Yeah, I guess I would address that in the next couple of proposals. I've got some data specific to that. But the permits are available for a week typically. So the first day I travel down to the villages and I issue permits in person, and we give out most of the permits, but we do not give out all of them immediately. Over the course of the week, we issue all of them. And every year on that first day, I have other Alaska residents there, whether they be from Anchorage or the Valley or Bethel or somewhere else. There's people in line who get those permits as well.
Great, thank you, Josh.
So quick question, if the harvestable surplus is 60 and you are only given 30 permits and a 43% success rate, seems to me like you could be given all of the permits available and still not getting to your harvestable surplus. So why are we leaving a harvestable surplus intentionally?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So I guess I would say not intentionally per se, but you're absolutely right. We could be issuing more permits. When this hunt started, the board specifically stated they wanted us to start with 30 permits. And so that's where we started, and we just have not adjusted yet.
I'm aware of that because actually I was on the board at the time, and but I do think it's time to be increasing that if we have a harvestable surplus at that time. But with a longer season, you're going to likely get additional success, right?
Correct, yes.
So you're going to have to use some judgment there on what you think the harvest will, success will be, but concerned if in an area where it's something that's important for human consumption and we want to put food on the table, that we're issuing so few permits that we can't do that. And so, anyway, additional board discussion? Al?
Yeah, thank you. When it says limit, or open up the household to more than one permit, is it in context that we're only talking about this permit and not potentially a federal permit that's in units around 19E that have some federal permits that are issued?
Yeah, through the chair. So in 19E, there is no special federal permit. That's in 19A where we have that FM 1901. So in this area, it's just the RM 682 permit. And then in the Lime Village Management Area, there's a Tier 2 hunt. Those are, I believe, all one permit per household. So this is for my area, a unique registration permit that it's limited to one per household.
I just seen that some of those villages were close to the, where they could also obtain a federal permit.
Yeah, and with this, with this hunt, there's also a board finding that restricts individuals to only this permit on the Kuskokwim River. Quite honestly, nobody's ever asked me if they could get one of the federal permits too. I'm not totally sure about that. But in general, folks from the shack don't go downriver to moose hunt.
Okay. I just wanted to build a record on that. Thank you.
Go ahead, James.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, just can you clarify a couple things for me? So earlier in the slides, there's language, it says up to 75 permits are available. But then on, slide 171, I get it, we're only issuing on average 29 permits. And you said earlier that initially the board had limited it to 30. Are you saying you're still under that board guidance of being limited to 30?
Okay, yeah, no, we are not. The board,
Okay.
that was their expectation for that first year. As I said, one of the big things with this hunt, getting local support was
Yeah.
pretty tentative. They wanted it to be extremely conservative, and so I've been trying to be respectful of that.
Gotcha.
But at the same time, working with them to increase harvest opportunity as we can. So
I see. And so.
moving forward slowly.
Okay, if I may. So I get it now. So, and this is the first time the locals have come to you and asked for, perhaps a broadening of the, or a broadening of the season perhaps. And so would you say that you'll most likely be increasing the number of permits anyway, this come next fall?
Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility. I haven't determined that yet. As
Gotcha.
I said,
Okay.
working with a local advisory committee, this is what they came up with for their next steps they would like to see.
Okay, understood, thanks.
Additional discussion from the board? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm okay with the proposal as written. This area was closed for 13 years. It's understandable that, they want to come out of this in a very careful fashion, and I think they're doing that. It's adding opportunity. We all know that when you extend into the season, that the harvest rates are going to go up. And I think the ACs did a good job with this one. I'll be in support.
Okay, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm basically in support with Member Hoffman on it, except I would like to keep it to one permit per household. I think adding more permits per household just gives an advantage to the local people because the people outside that area have to get their permits on their own dime between July 24th and July 28th. And so that's, where the department goes to the villages and does it for them. So they don't have any travel expenses of going to the department and getting their permit. So I would like to hear some more discussion if they'd like to keep it at one permit per household.
James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm fine with the way that the proposal was written. When you look at the number of both permits that are issued and then the number of permits that are actually hunted, on average 16, I just can't imagine that that's going to quadruple up over the number of harvestable surplus and put this area in jeopardy. So I'm fine with the way it is as written.
Okay, Dave.
Thank you. One more question for the department. Do you get much information or do you get many requests from non-local Alaska residents that the way to get permits is not working for them? In other words, they actually have to travel to the area to get those permits. Is there complaints or concerns that they'd like to see other ways of obtaining that permit?
Yeah, through the chair. I'm sure those are out there. I don't get them, though. People who contact me want to know what day I'm going to be there, and I have to fly down there, so it's weather dependent, and I have a week allocated to do that. Anybody who contacts me, I make sure to let them know I can't make it today because of weather, but I should be there tomorrow, and so those are the calls I get, and it has worked out really well so far.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional discussion. I intend to vote for this the way it is. It's kind of baby steps. If, like Member Hoffman mentioned, it was closed for 13 years. We opened it with getting community support. With the season extension in this, I think non-local people who want to hunt there will have a better opportunity. So we are increasing that, even if it is still difficult to get permits. So I'm going to vote for it the way it is. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the biggest way to increase the harvest is by increasing the season length. I think everything else would just be minor increases. So I think the season length is the biggest thing. And I'll go ahead and support this because the season length, in my opinion, is the way to get more moose to get closer to your harvestable surplus.
Ruth?
So if it's more than one permit, is there an up to how many permits that they can get? Because, a household could get, if there's 5 people in the household, they could, theoretically get 5 permits. So is there going to be an up to number?
So in this proposal, is there an up to number? Or is it 2 permits per household?
Mr. Chairman, there is no up to language. It would be, what Member Cusack just said would be correct. But that's the case with all of our other hunts. And so right now in McGrath, for example, we have a registration permit. And if you have a household of 10 people, all 10 can get a permit. So we don't typically limit that. And I guess I would throw out one other sort of caution as well. You see, we have an average of 29 permits. We had one year, 2 people came in. I had no idea they lived in the same household. They had different names. They both got a permit. After the fact, it was brought to my attention they both lived in the same house. So it's difficult to keep track of. I don't know every individual down there. One of those permits, they had to give their permit up, basically. And so that would only get more and more complicated if it was up to 2, up to 3, up to 4. That would be very complicated to keep track of.
Okay. Any additional discussion on this? Al, go ahead, Ruth.
I'm kind of agree with Al that, we should probably limit it to 1 per household. Should I make an amendment?
If,
I would like to make an amendment to limit it to one per household.
Second.
been moved and seconded, discussion on the amendment?
I'd like to have the amendment to limit it because I'm worried that, being that there's only 30 permits, a household could get, 10 permits in a household, and there'd only be like 3 households that would be able to get some permits. I think it needs to be limited unless you issue more permits.
Additional discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one per household is good too. I think we need to spread the opportunity out a little bit more. Instead of, some households potentially doubling up, there might be some other opportunity for other users to participate with, the availability of when you can pick up a permit and where that permit is available.
Thank you. I have a question for the department because I don't have someone from the AC to ask, so I'm going to ask you a few. In this community, the harvest of a moose, is it typically shared and utilized between households?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that is definitely pretty common throughout our area. It depends somewhat on the size of the household, of course, but moose meat is commonly shared.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the proxy segment of this proposal, I see maybe some households that have folks that can't hunt or elderly, they can get that permit and then get a younger, more aggressive hunter or somebody that's a little bit more, has the time to get out there and do it, to help out with that household. So kind of on the fence, kind of like it the way it's written, but still want to hear a little bit more discussion, please.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Breath of Wild just now.
What's that?
Josh. I'm sorry. What do you think what kind of interest do you have in the proxy as far from the community? What's your perspective? Because I'm in Bethel and I'm familiar with the proxy system. I've never heard of one family getting 5. Even I think more than 2 is pretty much the max, in my opinion, usually.
Yeah, Member Hoffman, I would agree with that. In our area in general, the proxy hunting really works quite well, sort of how it was intended. I would say we don't have abuse of it at all, and it's a situation where you have an elder, as you said, maybe they need somebody more able-bodied than them to go out and hunt for them. So does that kind of get to your question?
Yeah, thank you. That was my thoughts, and I was just wondering if I think 2 to me is probably going to be the most that the average family will get, if any.
James, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to be supporting the amendment. Again, I trust the people out there. I don't see this being abused as it was before. There's already low numbers, and I'm totally fine with increased opportunity for the folks the way it is as written.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be in support of it. I think limiting it to one per household and then allowing a proxy hunt, I think that's a real advantage, and it will be due. And I agree with Member Hoppin. I don't think people abuse it, and we'll have 5 or 6 permits, but 2 is common. But allowing a proxy, helps out in that portion. If a household can't hunt for itself, at least somebody can for them. So it's a benefit both ways.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to remind the board, there are existing findings for this hunt. So any changes you make, we'd like you to make changes to those findings.
Yeah, and if we make changes, we will make changes to the findings. So, on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment.
On the amendment to limit it to 1 permit per household, Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett? Yes. Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Chairman Burnett.
No.
The amendment fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Okay, the main motion is before us. Any additional discussion on Proposal 208? Go ahead, Ruth.
Yeah, I'd like to voice my concerns because it sounds like a way of limiting, outside folks from coming in and hunting this area. If they're allowed so many per household, they're going to take up all of those 30 permits, and no outside Alaska residents would be able to come in and get a permit because they'll all be taken.
Okay, any additional discussion on Proposal 208? Al?
Yeah, and I'd just like to clarify that too with Member Ruth. There are some outside people or other Alaskans doing that, but most Alaskans don't have the ability to fly out to an area, get a permit in July, fly back home, and then come back for the season, unless the department might start considering, flying into Anchorage and issuing a few permits, like they do for the other villages. So I'd just like to put that on the record.
Thank you, Alan. I think over time, perhaps we get to that, but it's important to have local buy-in and manage our resources in a conservative manner in some cases. So I'm going to support this as it is. Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Okay, the question's been called on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 208. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
That proposal carries 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 68, allow moose registration permit RM 682 to be obtained online.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, Department?
Proposal 68 would make RM 682 permits available online, and they gave dates July 18 to 22. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public. Again, this map shows Unit 19E with the RM 682 hunt area in orange and the Lime Village management area in blue in the southeast corner. The bear control area is where we have most of the access and where most of the moose are harvested. Current regulations are the 1st to the 5th with a bag limit of 1 antlered bull. We are authorized to issue up to 75 permits. We also have the Holitna controlled use area in effect, which limits people to 40 horse motors. Board findings further restrict access to RM 682 permits, and these permits are currently only available in person in the villages of Sleepmute and Stony River during the month of July. If this proposal were to pass, permits would be available on the internet from July 18th through the 22nd. It is unclear from the proposal if any permits would continue to be available locally. Here again is some of the harvest data. We've issued an average of 29 permits annually with 7 moose harvested and a 43% success rate. Over the last 5 years, RM 682 has been in place. Most permits have been issued to local hunters from Red Devil, Sleepmute, and Stony River. However, every year, permits are also issued to non-local Alaska residents. And you can see in that middle column, out of the 29, an average of 25 go to locals, 5 to non-local Alaskans, and then, of course, a total of 29. This is our last survey data. The bear control focus area is one I want you to look at in particular, with a harvestable surplus of about 60 moose. Bull cow ratios are excellent. We've got 48 bulls per 100 cows, and our calf cow ratios are moderate, as I said before, with 28 calves per 100 cows, and that was last fall. The RM 682 hunt area was closed for 13 years due to low moose numbers. During that time, extensive work was done to try and rebuild the population, including bear control and wolf control. When the board reopened the hunt to hunting, they did so in a deliberately conservative fashion. Local support for this hunt was contingent upon a conservative hunt structure, and the local AC is opposed to this proposal. Proposal 68 would make RM 682 permits available online July 18 to 22. The department is neutral on this proposal as it addresses an allocation issue. If the board passes this proposal, the findings in 2019-225-BOG will need to be modified to allow the issuance of permits on the internet. Permits are currently issued first come, first serve in Unit 19E villages, and the department will need clear guidance on if permits will still be available locally, and if so, what percentage of the permits will be issued online versus in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Josh, for that presentation. In an earlier question, you mentioned that, if I understood you correctly, you didn't get a whole lot of complaints about how the permits were issued from non-locals, other than direct questions about when you're going to be someplace. So if this is open online, you mentioned some of the criteria you'd be looking at to get direction on. You think that there'd be a large interest in it from non-local hunters that wanted to hunt this area with all the restrictions that are in place?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, there definitely could potentially be some interest. One of the unique things about this permit, of course, is that you can only hold that permit and no others on the river. But just to give you an idea of the potential demand, downriver, there's large villages down there. And the last 2 years, this area was open with a registration permit. There were just over 1,000 permits issued per year. So there's a very large potential pool of folks downriver.
Okay, thank you.
Additional board discussion? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to build the record a little bit, could you explain a little bit, Josh, about how the online permit would, like that process? Do you have to have a hunting license first? Do you sign up? How does that go?
Yeah, Member Fletcher through the chair. Yes, so to obtain permits online, a hunter has to go to the Fish and Game webpage, although there's a new app now too, I guess. And they have to have a hunting license, and then they can apply for harvest tickets, permits, those sorts of things.
Cool, thank you. And do you ever, I mean, I know you can't look into the future, but would you ever foresee like an event like weather or whatever where you're not available to, or the department isn't available to actually physically issue these permits, but the online service is available and it might, can you speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah, sure, Member Fletcher. So, no, I guess I don't see that happening. The proponent here chose July 18th to the 22nd. That's what was in the reg book last year when the week that we chose to go down there to issue permits. Those dates change every year though. And so I've got a whole week to get down, well, really I've got the whole month of July to get down there. And so potentially if the weather truly were bad for an entire week, which in July we tend to get, plenty of good weather, I could just do it a different week. Or alternatively, when I leave the permits down there, I typically leave them either with a village council or something like that where the permits are there in place. And so if we had a vendor down there, I don't have to go down myself. I just have been because it's still a relatively new hunt. So no, I don't see that as a concern.
Thank you.
Couple of questions. One, is there a limitation on the number of permits for this?
Right now, in regulation, it's up to 75 permits.
Up to 75? Okay, and you've been issuing 30, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how accessible is the area from, as a practical matter? if we were to make this online, it might be subscribed 100%, no matter how many permits you have. How practical is it for people to get out there? One of my concerns is if you issue a limited number of permits, you get permits that are not hunted if you issue them online. And I don't know, do you think that would be a problem?
Member Chair, that definitely could, or I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that definitely could happen. A perfect example of that, we have an online, the winter registration sheep hunt, for example. We get, I would say, most of the people who get one of those permits never even go out there and hunt. They see it available on the internet, and they think, oh, I'll grab one of those. So that might happen.
Yeah, so go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not sure how, you had mentioned about having a quota for the local folks of the number of permits you're gonna issue. It might be 30, might go up a little bit, and then maybe another quota for online. Logistically, how would that work? You know, you'd say, well, we want to have 75% or 6% of those permits available for in-person pickup, and then another X number of permits for online. That's something that can be done, that you'd be comfortable with?
I am Member Loring. So that's where we would really need clear direction from you guys. And so if it was allocated, this proposal as written right now just says online. It's not clear if it passed, if your desire would be for any to be issued locally. So we would want some clear guidance on that, what that would look like.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for Member Loring through the chair. We have the ability to do that, to provide X number of permits online. We have that in place right now, so we can do that if the board wishes to divvy them up.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I have my information correct, Josh. So we have 60, a total of 60 for a harvestable surplus,
Yeah, that's correct, Member Brett.
and you issued basically 30 permits and 16 of them were hunted,
Correct, yes.
and we had a harvest of 7.
That is where we're currently at right now, yes.
So we're underutilizing in a harvestable surplus again.
Right now, that's where we're at. One of the other provisions in there as well, in the board findings is, there's a stipulation, if the bull-cow ratio drops below a certain percentage, the hunt would close again until the bull-cow ratio
And
improved.
we're at, what, 48 per 100?
Correct, yeah.
Which is outstanding.
Yeah, with low hunting pressure, we have a high bull-cow ratio.
And so, you know, you had mentioned in your PowerPoint 185 page that, you know, local support was contingent on a conservative hunt. I mean, this is super conservative in my mind. And two, you know, all those control use areas, you know, were funded with, you know, hunters' dollars. And eventually, you know, we're gonna have to start allowing, you know, and I kind of made it a point during public testimony that when you have intensive management projects going on to benefit the moose population out there, that eventually, you know, there's gonna be people wanting to come from outside the local area to hunt out there. And I think we're getting pretty close to that. We're underutilizing a harvestable surplus currently. So I'd like to hear some other thoughts on.
Okay, go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. You know, I think we doubled the hunt length on this area, and like the record was showing earlier, the ACs want to come out of this. This area was closed for 13 years. They want to take baby steps to get out of this, and I think we did a really big change just a little while ago, and so I'm not going to be supportive of this online. I don't know what could happen if we go that route.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe for you, Josh, I think that if the department would come up with a percentage split of those permits issued locally and a smaller percentage for online, so we do have some other possibilities. You know, we might be getting folks from downriver, from down towards where Stosh is from, and maybe some folks from Anchorage or other places like that. I think we can still maintain that conservative approach based on the number of permits that you issue, but still try to get a little bit more access to that harvestable surplus by having a few more hunters, because we already have, with the permits that you issue now, a small percentage actually go out and use them. And then I think with the online folks, you might even have a smaller percentage, but at least there's some opportunity there. So maybe you get some more discussion about that.
Okay, I'll chime in on that one. I think it would be very reasonable to offer as many as 20 permits online. I doubt that you'd get more than 5 of them hunted. But, you know, that's actually a board discussion, not a department to determine what that would, but it should, you know, it is reasonable to suggest that a few of the permits should be on none. And I don't know what the right number is, but I suspect a lot of them aren't going to be hunted if they're obtained online. And they're going to probably go in about a minute when they're online, if there's a small number of them. So, you know, it's random who's going to get them. So, but I think it would be an interesting test to see what would happen, and I don't think it would harm the local area much if we were to allow a small number of them to be online, which would give anybody, any Alaska resident, an opportunity to get a hunt permit and make a decision whether they want to hunt there. And so, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to build on that a little bit. When you say, Josh, when you say you have 60 bulls available for harvestable surplus, how conservative, you know, what's your potential growth? You know, how conservative are you limiting that harvestable surplus for growth? Meaning, are you trying to stabilize the population, or are you still trying to increase the population?
Yeah, Member Brett. No, we're still trying to increase the population. We're still below our IM population objectives at this time, so still trying to grow it.
And that would, so 60 is basically like a 10% growth, or?
Would that harvest, that 60 is a 4% harvest
4%.
rate from where we're at right now. Yeah. Which should allow for continued growth.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make an amendment to this proposal, and I would like to see online, or I move to adopt Proposal 68 to make an amendment to have an online registration permit for RM 682 and up to 30 permits be issued online.
Second.
Amendment's been moved and seconded. You would like to explain your amendment?
Right, so we're currently issuing about 30 permits locally with a handful, about approximately 5 that are non-locals already. We're at 60, we have a harvestable surplus of 60 moose. And with kind of anecdotally factoring in that not all 30 permits are going to be hunted, and we've currently been only taking 7 moose with 30 permits issued, I believe we would still have a conservative hunt and we'd still have leftover harvestable surplus.
And Al, that would be up to 30 permits online, so it would be of the 75 that are available at this point, because 75 is the limit that they have. So up to 30 of the 75 could be online. Discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Al, with your amendment, we're looking at 30 permits issued locally and then an additional 30 permits issued online for possible.
No, the only the only permit quote or is for the online 30. It still would be basically unlimited in the local area, but traditionally or data-wise, they've only been issuing less than 30.
Well, there's a total in the current regulation of up to 75, right? So it would be 45 and 30
If they fulfilled it all, yes.
if they fulfilled it all, and the percentages, you went down with restrictions, so.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just, this is on the amendment we're discussing. So, and just to be clear, the director said that the department still had the ability, even if that passed this proposal for the online portion, that there would still be tags that they could issue in person. Is that correct?
Right.
I just want to make sure that when if discussing this, we're not limiting it to online.
Yeah, on the record, you want to make sure that, and we'll have to do findings if we make this change.
Understood, okay.
That will explain it all. But yeah, they would still be issuing in person, and, you know, people in the local area, if they can go online and get them too. So it's not, that would just be an opportunity for anyone with an internet connection in Alaska on a certain day in the few minutes before they were all subscribed, to get them. Go ahead.
So based on the large gap between what's been harvested on average and what the current harvestable surplus is, and with the excellent bull to cow ratio that Josh has presented, I would be comfortable with supporting the amendment.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, again, I stated earlier, we doubled the hunt season, and this area was closed for 13 years. Adding 30 permits to this area where I'm concerned that everyone's going to be crowded together. We're going to cause problems here. We're just coming out of this. We're trying to be conservative. I think the AC's had a good handle on it, and I'm really leery about going to online. This is any bull hunt, and I'm not in support of this.
Jake?
Hey, thanks for that. Yeah, I remember, we had a very healthy, robust discussion about this. We opened it up very limited. We got a lot of local buy-in out there. This population is growing. But we made some changes, and I don't think that I'd feel comfortable with the online segment of this.
Additional discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to point out the issue of overcrowding. You would potentially have only 30 more people in the field than what you have now.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I understand what Chairman Hoffman, or Member Hoffman is saying, but I really believe that all those online permits, if they're filled, that the participation is going to be very small, just because of the time and effort and money and trying to get the logistics to get out there and getting help locally, where the folks that currently do it now probably have all that in place, the non-locals. So it'd be nice to give those extra permits out, make them more available to the rest of Alaska. But I think the actual impact on the ground is going to be very small.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment?
Call a question on amendment.
Question on the amendment's been called. Christie, would you poll the board on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment to issue up to 30 permits online. Member Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes?
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
The amendment carries by a vote of 4 yeas to 3 nays.
Okay, the main motion as amended is before us. Additional discussion on the proposal as amended? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this. I think we had a lot of harvestable surplus that was being unused. I think time will tell. And, short of another weather anomaly out there, we should have a very healthy moose population, so I'll support this proposal.
Any additional discussion? I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to support this proposal. I'd like to support this proposal. I think it would be, in an ideal world, we would do this, but I think I don't think there's abuse. I think we're going to have a lot of wasted permits with the online permits. And so I'd rather have permits issued to people who are more likely to hunt. And so I'm not going to support it, even though it would give some opportunity that's being missed right now. Go ahead. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I sound like a broken record. There's been potentially, depending on the action of the board, there's been multiple actions taken with this hunt. So it's incredibly important we get the findings. And I would ask that you consider in those findings, with population changes, do you have direction for the department on how we issue these permits? What kind of allocation you're looking for?
Thank you, Ryan. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. I won't be in support of it either. Like I stated before, we doubled the season length and we all know when we go later into the season, we get more harvest. And so I can't support this.
Okay, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm tending with you, some of these permits won't be used, but this provides an opportunity for those that aren't able to fly out, from the urban areas, fly out to a village in July and fly back home and then fly back out for a hunt. I think this, not everybody's got a plane or access, or have funds to do that. So this would provide an opportunity for, individuals or families to be able to go out hunting on a, one-shot deal.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to respond to that comment. This area was closed for 13 years and the local people they don't have the resources to go anywhere else. They were closed down and they went through really tough times. Now, if we open this to online hunting, essentially what we're doing is people who have the resources to fly in, they should have the resources to fly other places that aren't coming out of problems. And that's the way I'm looking at this. I really am leery about adding too much, and we just doubled the season. So just a little comment to what Brett said. Thank you.
Any additional discussion on this? If not, are we ready for the question?
Call a question.
Question's been called on Proposal 68 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 68 as amended. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
That proposal carries as amended 4-3.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 69, allow hunters that hold registration moose permit RM 682 in Unit 19 to be eligible to hold other moose permits in the Kuskokwim River drainage.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Okay, Proposal 69 would allow RM 682 permit holders to obtain other permits on the Kuskokwim River during the same regulatory year. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public. Here again is a map showing 19E, and orange is the area in question, the RM 682 hunt area. Unit 19E is open from the 1st to the 5th with a bag limit of 1 antlered bull. The department is authorized to issue up to 75 permits, and the Ho-Ho-Litna controlled use area limits people to less than 40 horsepower motors. Board findings prohibit individuals who hold an RM 682 permit from obtaining any other moose hunting permit on the Kuskokwim River. If this proposal were to pass, individuals would be able to hold multiple permits. Here again is our harvest data, an average of 29 hunters per year with 7 moose taken, 43% success rate. This shows the residency data over the last 5 years. Most of the permits go to locals, villages in 21E. However, we do issue permits to non-local Alaska residents every year as well. The harvestable surplus based on a survey from last March 2023 in the bear control focus area, which is where most of the moose are taken and most of the access is, most importantly, is 60. Composition data, we've got really good bull-cow ratios, 48 per 100, with moderate calf-cow ratios of 28 calves per 100 cows. And again, this was last November. The RM 682 hunt area was closed for 13 years due to low moose numbers. During that time, extensive work was done to rebuild the population, including bear and wolf control. This hunt was opened in a deliberately conservative fashion. The Stony Holitina AC specifically requested permit holders not be able to obtain another permit on the Kuskokwim River, not as a way to punish RM 682 hunters, but to prevent large numbers of hunters coming in from other areas. Specifically, in Unit 18, there are about 1,500 RM 615 permit holders who are currently not eligible to get an RM 682 permit. Proposal 69 would allow RM 682 permit holders to obtain other permits on the Kuskokwim River during the same regulatory year. The department is neutral on this proposal as it addresses an allocation issue. However, this board finding was put in place specifically to keep participation in the RM 682 hunt low and to avoid user conflicts.
Thank you. Board discussion, questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, can you expand upon a comment you made in one of the previous proposals about how many permits are being issued from a registration standpoint downriver, not this one? Did you say that there was over 1,000 permits that are issued out?
Yeah, so that last comment that I made was related to when this area was open with a registration permit in 2004 and 5. Just over 1,000 permits were issued in each of those 2 years. And now fast forward to today, Unit 18 has a moose hunt as well now that was not in place at the time. And they're currently issuing about 1,500 permits. So a very large potential pool of hunters downriver.
Thank you. I don't know, if I recall, your permit holders that hunted had, what, 43% success rate? Very relatively high success rate. There's a limited number of these permits. I'm not inclined to go along with this proposal. I think if you get one of these permits and you're a diligent hunter, especially with the increased season length that we have now, you have a darn good opportunity to get a moose. And so I don't think you need to have another permit. And I think this, giving these people extra opportunity and taking another permit away from someone else by issuing them, I don't think it's a rational thing. So I'm not going to support this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm in the same boat. I like the proposals that we've passed so far, providing opportunity to Alaskans, but I think that this next step would be just going too far, so I'm not in support of it.
Any additional questions or discussion on this proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 69.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 69. Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 70, make 15 registration moose permits for the Unit 19E Echo Moose Hunt available in Bethel.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Hear from the department on proposal 70.
All right, thank you. Proposal 70 would make 15 RM 682 permits available in Bethel. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public. Sorry for the redundancy here, but these all touch on the same topic. So here's 19E. The main area is orange with the RM 682 hunt. Currently, the season is the 1st to the 5th. Bag limit 1 antlered bull. Up to 75 permits may be issued in the hunt area. And of course, we have the Holitna controlled use area with the 40 horsepower restriction. Board findings further restrict access to RM 682 permits, and as I just said, they're currently only available in the villages of Sleetmute and Stony River during the month of July. If this proposal were to pass, 15 of the permits would be available in Bethel. It is unclear from the proposal what dates these permits would be available. Here's our harvest data. We've averaged 7 per year with a 43% success rate. Number of permits issued to locals versus non-locals, and the total number of permits is averaged 29 per year. Our harvestable surplus in the bear control area, which is where most of the access is 60 moose. Bull cow ratios, 48 per 100 currently, with a calf cow ratio of 28 calves per 100 in November 2023. The RM 682 hunt area was closed for 13 years due to low moose numbers. During that time, a lot of work has been done to try to rebuild the population. When the board reopened the hunt, it was done so in a deliberately conservative fashion, and local support for this hunt was contingent upon that conservative hunt structure. The local AC is opposed to this proposal. Proposal 70 would make 15 RM 682 permits available in Bethel. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal, and as mentioned multiple times, if adopted, the board would need to modify the findings that currently are in place. Additionally, if this proposal passes, the department will need clear guidance on the allocation of permits available in the hunt area as opposed to in Bethel. For example, if passed as written, this proposal would require the department to issue 15 permits in Bethel, even if only 15 permits were available that year. In that scenario, no permits would be issued in the hunt area. Thank you.
Okay. One thing I would mention in your presentation, you did not account for the fact that we had allowed up to 30 online permits in an earlier action. So the findings are going to be updated for that action in any event. And this would be 15 in Bethel, no matter how many total were issued. So if you only issued 15, that'd all be in Bethel. If you did 45, 15 would be in Bethel. A certain number would be online and a certain number would be in each of those villages. So it would, with the current language, I think it would be too restrictive to be considered even. So it would work better with up to language, is that correct? And findings that gave you allocation.
That's correct,
Percentage.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, up to and specific percentages for the allocation.
Okay, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also remind the board in the action you just took in the other one, you know, you're giving 15 people, they have to decide if they're gonna hunt in Unit 18 or make the trip up, if the board adopts this proposal.
Well, in this case, they wouldn't be able to hunt in 18 under a registration permit because with our last action, we did not allow them to have this permit and another permit.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to support this, but the Department of Law has a very good comment on this also.
Okay, Cheryl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and thanks for reminding me that I had a comment on this one. The proposal, as it's written, says that the permits would be issued to local residents. And so
We can't.
I just wanted to point out, you can't do that. So it would have to reflect that anyone would be, the permits would be available there to anyone,
Right.
not just those residents. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm getting increasingly nervous as you're walking through this stuff. It's just, you're giving permits online, you're giving permits in villages, now you're giving permits by different villages. And that all works well when there's a lot of permits, but when the number of permits is getting low, then you're putting us in a really interesting position of allocating these amongst these different categories. So the findings are gonna be really critical here, because I don't wanna be making those allocative calls between online, in the village, certain villages getting X numbers moving forward.
So, quick question for board members. This proposal does not work as written. It couldn't work as written in a couple of ways. One, it would be unconstitutional as written, and two, as it's impractical to take a certain number and put them in a certain place. So we have a choice. We can either amend it or we can dispose of it. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've done a lot. The department has concerns about adding another opportunity through registration, and so as the way this proposal is written, and the concern that we'd be potentially making 15 permits available in Bethel when there was only 15 permits available, I don't intend to support this proposal, and if we take no action on it, it doesn't hurt my feelings either way.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on what we did in 67, and then on Department of Law's comments, I would recommend we take no action on this.
Okay. We have that was a proposal. Do we have a second for taking no action? I mean, you didn't, one way or the other, yeah. One of you needs to make that as a motion to take no action, and the other one a second, or vice versa, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I propose that we take no action on Proposal 70 due to the legality of the way the proposal was written.
And I second Member Burritt's.
Okay, without objection, we'll take no action on this one.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 71, eliminate the Holitna, Ho-Holitna controlled use area in Unit 19.
Second.
Okay, Proposal 71's been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the
Right,
department.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 71 would eliminate the Holitna, Ho-Holitna controlled use area. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public. The Holitna, Ho-Holitna controlled use area shown here is closed to the use of any boat equipped with a motor in excess of 40 horsepower for taking big game, including the transportation of big game hunters and their gear from August 1st to November 1st. This restriction includes the Holitna, Titnuk, and Ho-Holitna River drainages in Units 19E and a portion of those drainages in Unit 19B. The controlled use area was put in place to reduce user conflicts between local villages and large numbers of hunters from downriver who utilized big boats to make the trip to the Holitna. The Holitna, Ho-Holitna controlled use area is closed, as I said, to anything larger than a 40 horsepower motor. This proposal would eliminate the Holitna, Ho-Holitna controlled use area with the 40 horse restriction. The board created the controlled use area in 1992 to reduce user conflicts between local hunters and hunters from downriver with large boats. The board has consistently upheld the controlled use area, and similar proposals to eliminate it failed to pass in 94, 2004, 2008, 2017, and 2020. A limited registration hunt, RM 682, opened in RY 19, and the controlled use area was an important consideration in the deliberations to do so. Proposal 71 was submitted by a member of the public and would eliminate the Holitna, Ho-Holitna controlled use area. The department is neutral regarding this proposal because it addresses methods and means and user conflicts. The board established a conservative registration hunt in RY19, which included continuation of the 40 horsepower restriction. With moose hunting reestablished after a 13-year closure, the historical user conflicts for which the controlled use area was created to address may return if it were eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, I think I heard in public testimony that the downriver users are now adapting and actually purchasing 40 horse boat motors, and there seems to be a new influx of people, even, you know, lower Kuskokwim people that now are hunting in there. Is that a big number, or has that changed?
Member Barrett, so as you guys know, the only ones who can hunt in there right now for moose are people with an RM 682 permit,
Oh.
and that's an extremely limited number of people.
Just a curious question. Are there any numbers of people operating boats with larger motors for other purposes in this area?
There is some of that. There's a fishing lodge, for example, and I know they've got several boats with larger motors. However, most of the locals in these villages still have 40 or smaller.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From what I've heard in public testimony, what I've read, and looking at the ACs, at their testimony, seems like this has been working as it was originally proposed, and the amount of folks that have adapted is small compared to what would happen if we were to eliminate it and let those larger Duckworth-type boats come upstream. And so I tended to oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Board members' intent? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I'll be in support of this. I think we've made some considerable changes to the RM 682 permit, and I think we should see how that pans out.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion? Not, are we ready for the
Call the
question?
question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 71. Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No?
And Mr. Loring?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Thank you. And go ahead with 72.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 72, change the restrictions for the Ho-Ho-Litna controlled use area by allowing outboards with, pardon me, we're on 73. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 73, reauthorize the,
No,
We're on 72.
72. 72 is the.
okay, I'll try it again, sorry. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 72, change the restrictions of the Ho-Ho-Litna controlled use area by allowing outboards with greater than 40 horsepower to hunt a portion of the season.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
All right, this is very similar to the last proposal, so I'll try to highlight the differences and maybe move through some of the rest of it a little more quickly. But Proposal 72 would modify the Ho-Ho-Litna controlled use area to allow motors larger than 40 horsepower from September 10th to the 20th. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public. Here again is a map that shows the Ho-Ho-Litna controlled use area. It's currently in place August 1st to November 1st, and it prohibits the use of boats larger than 40 horsepower for transporting big game hunters and their gear. This, just the current regulations, it's in place August 1 to November 1. This proposal would modify it to allow motors larger than 40 horsepower from September 10 to 20. Here again, the board created the controlled use area in 92. You've consistently upheld it. There's been multiple proposals over the year to eliminate it. And then the limited registration hunt RM 682 is open in RY 19, and the controlled use area was an important consideration when opening the hunt again. Proposal 72 would modify the Holitna controlled use area to allow motors larger than 40 horse from September 10 to 20. The department is neutral regarding this proposal because it addresses methods and means and user conflicts. This proposal appears to be aimed at allowing moose hunters a 10-day window to operate within the controlled use area with a motor larger than 40 horse. However, the current moose season is not open during the 10-day window proposed. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. Question to Josh. Since we just extended the season to the 10th, with this proposal is written, would they be able to hunt with the larger horsepower on the 10th?
No, they would not. It's still the windows in the proposal, the 10th to the 20th. I guess on the 10th, they could. Yeah, 1 day.
That's what it looks like.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, we have a limited or a small amount of actual moose that are harvested in this area. Are they harvested mostly during this September, or this later part of the season? Let's see, could you refresh my memory on what the dates are for the RM 682 hunt?
Yeah, sure, Member Loring. So it was the 1st to the 5th. You guys just passed a proposal. It will next fall be the 1st to the 10th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional discussion on this intent? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't be in support of it. I'll reiterate my thoughts from the previous proposal. I think we've done a lot with 682, and I don't see an advantage to including this proposal into it. So I'll be against this proposal.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Okay, I think it's been in place for a long time and it seems to work, so.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 72. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett? No. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 73, reauthorize the intensive management plan for Unit 21 Echo for 6 years.
Second.
Okay, 71's been moved and seconded, or 73, go ahead.
Okay, proposal 73 would reauthorize the 21E IM plan for 6 years. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the GASH Advisory Committee. The current 21E IM plan expires June 30, 2024. Even though IM has never been active in Unit 21E, the GASH Advisory Committee would like to retain the plan. With a brief history, the Yukon and Oko Moose Management Plan was endorsed by the board in 2006 and is still used today to guide management decisions. A major tenet of that plan was proactive management, and the plan recommended authorization of a wolf control program to prevent future declines in the moose population. Therefore, in March 2010, the board approved a plan for 21E and renewed that plan at the Region 3 meeting in 2017. In March 2023, the board extended the plan for 1 year to bring it back in cycle with the regular Region 3 meeting and to give the advisory committees time to decide if they wanted to submit a proposal to keep the IM plan in regulation. The IM population objective for moose in the unit is 9,000 to 11,000 moose, and the population is currently estimated at 9,300 moose. The harvest objective is 550 to 1,100 moose, and the current harvest is approximately 200 moose per year. The current IM plan has a population objective of 1 moose per square mile in the wolf control focus area. The most recent GSPE survey in 2022 estimated a density of 1.9 moose, per square mile in that area. The harvest objective in the wolf control focus area is 165, and the current harvest is 175. So we're above both the population and the harvest objectives. Bull cow ratios are high in the area with a 2-year average of 44 bulls per 100 cows. The 2-year average twinning rate has been improving in recent years and now is 26% in the area around Holy Cross. Proposal 73 would reauthorize a 21E IM plan for 6 years. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the Grayling, Anvik, Shagaluk, Holy Cross, or GASH AC. IM has never been active in Unit 21E, but has remained in regulation to ensure the department can remain proactive with the tools necessary to address any future decline in moose. The moose population in 21E is above the population objective in the wolf control focus area, and wolf control is not being considered at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion? Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, on your 2-year average twinning rate of 26%, and you said it was increasing, normally twinning rate is due to habitat, so has there been some, what's kind of changed out there to increase your twinning rate?
Yeah, Member Barrett. So as we saw the number of moose increasing, we really started to see the twinning rates decline. We actually gather twinning rates in 2 parts of the unit, one where there's a lot lower densities and we've never had any issues. It's only the area around Holy Cross where we've had these lower twinning rates. And what changed in that area, I don't really know exactly, because we've had some significant flooding. That's one thing that might have improved some of the habitat, but we really haven't had the ice scouring there like we historically have had. And so a lot of those big islands in that area on the Yukon where we can get large numbers of moose, they just really hit those willow stands hard. So something has helped it to improve, though.
All right, thank you.
Any additional discussion on this? I intend to support it. As you said, it hasn't been used, but there may be a time when it is needed. We're in the IM objectives for population, but we're not very high in them. We're just above the bottom of the range. So I think we're good with supporting this. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see no downside in not keeping it in place. And if we do get rid of it, and when the time comes to get it back again, it's going to be quite a bit of work to do that. So I feel the same as Chairman Burnett.
Okay, any additional discussion on this? Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 73. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 74, require applicants for the Unit 21E Echo Moose Drawing Hunt DM 837 to provide a unique verification number when applying for that hunt.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
All right, Mr. Chair. Proposal 74 would require all applicants for DM 837, which is an unguided, non-resident moose hunt, to provide a unique verification code when applying for the hunt. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by the GASH AC. Currently, all non-residents hunting moose in Unit 21E must obtain a draw permit. Non-residents may apply for either DM 837, which prohibits the use of a guide, or DM 839, which requires the use of a guide. All hunters applying for DM 839 must have a signed guide client contract and must enter a unique verification code provided by the Big Game Commercial Services Board as part of their draw application. Up to 100 total permits may be issued. The drawing hunt for non-resident moose hunters in Unit 21E began in regulatory year 2007. There is currently a 70-30 split between DM 837 and DM 839 permits, and 60 total permits are issued annually. There are increasing reports of unlicensed individuals taking DM 837 hunters into the field, and the GASH would like to see the same requirements for transporters as registered guides to prevent this activity. Proposal 74 would require all applicants for DM 837 to provide a unique verification code when applying for the hunt. The department is neutral on this proposal. We have no biological concerns, and non-residents are carefully regulated through the draw hunt process. Transporters are currently not issued a unique verification code by the Big Game Commercial Services Board, and that issue would need to be addressed before implementation of this proposal, which was submitted by the GASH Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, and with that, their transported hunters would not have a unique verification code, and they could be providing their own transportation, they could be using transporters. So I think we need to take no action on this because it can't be implemented as written. I'd like a motion to take no action.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 74 due to the reasons you just stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we take no action. Unless there's objection, we'll take no action. Go ahead, Dave.
No objection, but the Big Game Commercial Service Board is looking at the transporter issue. So just let everybody know that that is an issue that's in their purview. Thank you.
Thank you. One more.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 75, reauthorize a winter any moose season during part of February and March in Unit 21E Echo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I'll hear from the department.
Okay, Proposal 75 would reauthorize the antlerless winter moose hunt in 21E. The department submitted and supports this proposal. Currently, we have a winter moose hunt in 21E from February 15th to March 15th with a bag limit of 1 moose, excluding cows with calves. The hunt is open to residents only. During a GSPE survey in 2022, we found 1.9 moose per square mile in Unit 21E. Bull-cow ratios are high with a 2-year average of 44 bulls per 100 cows. The 2-year average twinning rate has been improving in recent years and is now 26% in the area around Holy Cross, where densities are the highest. During the winter hunt, an average of 8 moose are taken per year, and of those, 39% are cows. Proposal 75 would reauthorize the antlerless winter moose hunt in Unit 21E, and the department supports this proposal. There are additional moose that can be harvested in the unit, and providing more opportunity is appropriate at this time. And I would add the GASH Advisory Committee had a meeting after this was finalized, and they did support this proposal as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion? Not seeing a lot of excitement here, but I'm going to support this. I think it would be actually interesting if there was a way to use an antlerless hunt and get more bulls in this particular area, because your bull-cow ratio is very high and your twinning rate's high. It means you probably have good habitat, so you could you're not needing to reduce the population, but there certainly is a harvestable surplus, and so I'm in support of the proposal. Any board members? Al? And then Jake.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this. The vast majority of the ACs all supported. There was only one from outside the area that wasn't in support of it. So I'm in support of this proposal.
Okay, Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to echo Al's comments there. I'm going to support it as well.
Okay, thank you. With that, if there's no additional discussion, Al?
Call the question.
Question's been called?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 75. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes. Start up again. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And Stosh,
Mr. Chair, I move to defer proposals 76 through 92
to the statewide meeting.
to the statewide meeting in 2025 due to the board-created sheep working group.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to defer proposals 76 to 92. Those are all the 19C sheep proposals, and the intent would be to defer them all to the statewide meeting in 2025, give the sheep working group that we appointed a chance to look at that and keep those proposals active so that they're still available to the board. We will have to change the call for the statewide meeting so that those can be on there. And I'd ask that we have unanimous consent for that. Is there an objection? If not, we'll go on. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 95, lengthen the brown grizzly bear hunting season in Unit 19C, Charlie.
Second.
Okay, proposal 95 has been moved, or 95 has been moved and seconded.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, give me a second here, please. I've got a lot of slides to fast forward through.
Yeah, we understand. So we'll kind of stand at ease while you get yourself prepared for bears. And there are a number of bear proposals that are related or potentially related. And so we probably don't need to get the full thing on each one of them, but something that shows us the bear numbers for the whole area. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we noted that, there's several addressing season length, and we've tried to order them where it may be, the board may be able to take up a couple of them and then just see what has changed between them, but yeah, likely be able to move pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you. You ready?
Okay, Mr. Chair, yeah.
Go
I'm
go
ready.
ahead.
Okay, proposal 95 would lengthen the brown bear season in Unit 19C for all hunters. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the public. Current brown bear seasons in Unit 19C runs from September 1 to May 31. The bag limit is 1 brown bear every regulatory year. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken, and sealing is required. There is a negative C&T finding for brown bears in Unit 19C. If passed, this proposal would change the start of the brown bear season in Unit 19C from August 10 and change the close date to June 30th. These changes would apply to all hunters and would be an increase of 52 days of hunting opportunity. These changes would also align the season dates with units in Unit 19C with units 19A, D, and E. Brown bear harvest in Unit 19C is stable with an average of 22 bears taken per year during RY 18 to 22. The average age of all bears harvested was 6 years old, and the average skull size of all bears was 20.3 inches. We have an average of 39% females in the harvest, and 77% of all harvest takes place in the fall. Of the bears shot, 74% were taken by non-residents. Based on the extrapolation of bear densities in similar habitats, the brown bear population in Unit 19C is estimated at 260 bears. Proposal 95 would lengthen the brown bear season in Unit 19C for all hunters. The department supports this proposal, and we have no biological concerns. Sheep and caribou seasons open August 10, and opening the brown bear season at the same time will likely result in additional harvest of bears. However, this will not have a significant impact on the bear population and should not be considered a tool to reduce predation on ungulates. Passage of this proposal would simply provide additional opportunity. If the board chooses to pass this proposal, you may wish to consider keeping units 19B and C aligned for consistency and to simplify regulations for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 482, you have a population of 260 brown bears. Is that just an estimate, or you not, you don't actually go out and survey brown bears, do you?
Yeah, Member Loring, that's correct. That is just an estimate, an extrapolated one based on other surveys. We've never done a bear survey in that area.
Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal. I think we have a harvestable surplus and the additional opportunity, having an additional opportunity for hunters would be good.
James, you have any comments on this one?
Yeah, I do. I'm intending to support this as well. I just wanted to try and catch up real quick to see what the McGrath AC had, what their amendment was, real quick, just to make sure.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know, you don't have a really high rate of female take. I think the populations can sustain additional harvest. I'm going to support this.
Okay. In your remarks, you commented on aligning seasons. Is there anything additional that we would need to do if we were intended to align any other seasons in this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so there are 15 bear proposals before you. In my area overview, I showed that matrix that showed what the aligned regulations would look like taken as a whole. And the 4 advisory committees in the area submitted as part of their comments what the language would look like to align all the seasons for the entire McGrath management area. So that would be something you could look at.
Well, we'll kind of stand at ease a little bit till we get that language before us. And go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board was provided RC 009 a day or so ago. The department really loves matrices, so this was fun.
I'm glad to hear that.
I have a,
Go ahead, Dave.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. You show an average of 39 females. And second part of that question, most of those, 3/4 of those bears are taken by non-residents. So are the 39 females kind of within your comfort range on that percentage of females taken from the population? And if we do lengthen the season, you expect most of those bears still be taken by non-residents? Any additional ones?
Yeah, Member Loring, through the chair, yeah, I would anticipate that would be the case. It's primarily guided non-residents in units 19B and C who are taking the bears. They tend to be real selective. People are looking for large bears, which of course are the males are the larger. And then sows with cubs are still not eligible for harvest. So just that in and of itself keeps sow harvest low.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, if we amended our proposal to accept RC 009, which is a good document, would we also have to, if the board chose, to also amend the proposal to include same-day airborne for bear baiting?
Yeah, Member Barrett, that was one of the things also that I mentioned in the area overview. That would be an important point for you to make sure you addressed as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Ryan.
I'm wondering, would it be useful for the board if we put this matrix up on the screen?
Yes, I think it would be if you
And have
could.
Josh walk through it?
Yeah. I was thinking I'd go home tomorrow, but just kidding. I might go home tomorrow. I might be joking. Might not be. Okay, so-
Okay, Mr. Chair. Our folks
Okay,
ready
then
for-
you can quickly explain this, but in all seriousness, I think for our purposes, the best way to handle this proposal is on season length. And I think amendments that address season length for consistency would be the proper way to go forward. And then we'll look at bear baiting and we'll look at limits. Or one, each of those as separate issues and separate with proposals. So this one the proposal pertains to season length. So go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make an amendment to Proposal 95. I move that we adopt the language found in RC 009 dealing with grizzly bear hunting season dates.
Second.
And would you speak to that language?
Yeah, so in Proposal 95 is asking for a longer grizzly bear season. And there's several throughout the area, or Unit 19. And in RC 009, it shows what would be the season lengths for grizzly bear in each one of those areas. Oh, and to clarify, we'd be using the blue areas that the department had provided with us in 009, including units 21A and 21E.
So simply the hunting season for this.
The hunting season lengths, yes,
Yes.
for grizzly bear.
Could you speak to that?
Yep, so obviously, this is a pretty complex matrix up here. I want to make sure
Right.
we walk through it step by step and get it right. So if we're just talking about units 19B and C.
We're talking about unit 19.
Okay, so, and I heard Member
So for
Barrett mention
consistency.
21A and E as well, and this,
Okay.
yeah, so what we're talking about here for consistency is 19B and C for season dates.
Right.
Which would be the very first blue column you see at the far left. And so to that, the Brown Bear season in Unit 19B and C would be August 10 to June 30th. The remainder of the McGrath area office would have some different season dates.
Okay. With this as proposed.
This proposal just speaks to Unit 19C.
Right.
What I mentioned in my presentation was you guys might want to consider keeping B and C aligned with each
Right.
other.
Okay. So an amendment to align B and C is essentially what we'd be doing with that, using that matrix.
And Mr. Chair, in addition to that, this proposal was just the beginning of the season. So what this matrix shows would be Brown Bear, August 10 to June 30th, and B and C.
Right. Okay. And what's the current season again?
The current season is September 1st to May 31st.
Okay, did we have a second on your amendment? Yes, so, any further discussion on that amendment? Go ahead, Jay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm interested in supporting this amendment. We had a couple of the ACs that also agreed with this amendment to extend the season dates in both 19B and 19C from August 10th through June 30th. This aligns all A, B, C, D, and E
Okay.
in Unit 19.
Okay, any additional discussion on the amendment? You know, I was looking at AC comments and public comments. There's almost no comments. There's no AC comments that oppose this, and there's a couple of one public comment. Right, exactly. So, we ready for the question on the
Call
amendment?
the question.
And I'll just restate that one more time. So the board is choosing to align the season dates in Unit 19B and C so that the seasons will be August 10th through June 30th,
Correct.
which I guess is all of 19. Correct?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay, I'll just go with the B and C. Okay, Member Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Ms. Fletcher, or Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
Proposal 95 as amended is before us. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you. I intend to support this proposal. It aligns three of the subunits all in one area, so we have support from the ACs, and I'll be in supporting it.
Thank you. Any additional, go ahead, Stas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be in support of it as well for the reasons just mentioned, and the department showed us that, you know, they have no biological concerns for this, so I'll be in support.
And I'm going to support, you know, most grizzly bear hunting in this area is done incidental to hunting for other species, and over time, this will make it work better. So, go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're adding like a tremendous amount of more opportunity here, but, you know, the department has the tools by measuring skulls and stuff like that to make sure the population's still staying healthy, so I'm gonna support as well.
Okay.
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 95 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board showed no concerns from public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 95 as amended. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal 95 carries as amended, 7-0.
Okay, before we go to our next proposal, if I could ask the department, just for clarification on the record, which proposals now are taken care of by that action?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe 93, 94, and 96, and then 97 deals with bag limit increase.
Okay,
So
so
93, 94, and 96.
like an amendment to take no action on those proposals.
Mr. Chair, move to take no action on proposal 93, 94, and 96 due to the action taken on 95.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded that we take no action due to on proposals 93, 94, and 96, due to our action on 95, with unanimous consent. We'll take no action on those, so proposal 97.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 97, lengthen the brown grizzly bear hunting season and increase the bag limit in Unit 19C Charlie.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, department.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Chair, so this does have a component of the lengthened season, but also increases the bag limit. So proposal 97 would lengthen the season, but also increase the bag limit in Unit 19C for all hunters. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the public. This just changed, but currently it's September 1 to May 31, and the bag limit is 1 brown bear every regulatory year. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken. There was a negative C&T finding for brown bear in 19C. The proposed regulations would be August 10 to June 30th, with a 2 bear bag limit every regulatory year for all hunters. And again, we would recommend making sure that 19C are aligned with with B. Have an average of 22 bears taken per year, average age of 6 years, skull size 20.3 inches, 39% females in the harvest, 77% of all harvest takes place in the fall, and 74% of the bears taken are by non-residents in this unit. We currently have a 2 bear bag limit in nearby 19A, D, E, and Unit 21. The reported annual average harvest from RY 12 to 22 in those units show that most people do not take more than 1 bear, and only 5 of 116 hunters over this time period took 2 bears. It is anticipated additional harvest from the bag limit change would be low. Our extrapolated estimate is approximately 260 bears in Unit 19C. Proposal 97 would lengthen the season. The department supports this proposal, and we have no biological concerns. I'm sorry, it would also increase the bag limit. Sheep and caribou seasons open August 10th, and opening the brown bear season at the same time will likely result in additional bears being harvested. Hunters rarely harvest 2 bears in units with a 2 bear bag limit, and this change will not likely result in a substantial increase in harvest. If adopted, these combined changes will not have a significant impact on the bear population and should not be considered as tools to reduce predation on ungulates, but simply to provide additional opportunity. If the board passes this, you may wish to consider keeping 19B and C aligned for consistency and to simplify regulations for the public.
Thank you. To add 19B to this, all the other units in 19 currently have a 2 bag limit, so a 2 bear bag limit. Do we have an amendment to do that? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend proposal 97 to include 19B and 19C to increase the bag limit to 2 brown bears.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment?
Yes, as we heard from the department, there's not a biological concern. We're providing more opportunity, and it aligns 19C and B and B and C.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the department saying that it'd be very little use of the second bear, but there is some use of it. And then if there's a DLP situation arose, that bear would then be part of the bag limit and not a fence life and property bear also. So there's some benefits to that.
Okay, thank you. And, yeah, there's a significant cost for a second bear tag for a non-resident, and most of them are being targeted by non-residents, so I don't think many of them are going to be buying two. It'd be nice if some of them did sometimes, but it's an investment. So I intend to support this.
Call the question on the amendment.
Question on the amendment?
On the amendment to include Unit 19B and C, Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, the amended proposal is before us. I intend to support the amended proposal. I think I spoke to that with the amendment, but the proposal as written does include this change to season length, which is consistent with what we already did, so it won't have any effect, and I don't think we need to amend it out of that. So I think no further amendments needed. It won't affect the action that we took earlier. So additional discussion on this proposal as amended. Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to intend to support this proposal, but I do have a couple of questions. We had a lot of public testimony about people consuming brown bear. I know this has a really large component of the non-resident take, but do we have any information from household surveys or anything like that, maybe conducted in Nikolai? Is there any people consuming brown bear there?
I'm not hearing any response from the subsistence section or the Division of Wildlife.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair, Member Fletcher. We're working on it. Thank you. We'll
Okay,
get
thank
right back
you.
to you.
But yeah, I've heard the same, that there is some consumption of bear meat. And I don't know if any of the non-residents are contributing bear meat to any of the villages, but it may be a possibility. Go ahead, James.
While we're waiting for an answer to that question, I intend to support this as well. You know, the local ACs, we have support from them, and they also asked for this amendment as well. So I intend to support what they want.
Okay. And Amy, can we get that information? Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. There were 21 black bear harvested and 3 brown bear in 2011, and it doesn't affect subsistence opportunity as far as that goes.
Yeah, the question is, are people using this as a source of meat?
Yes.
Okay, they are.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that.
Okay, are we ready for the question on this?
Call the question as amended.
Question's been called.
Mr. Chairman, the board heard no concerns from public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 97 as amended. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 98, lengthen the brown grizzly bear hunting season in Unit 19C Charlie by 1 month to align with Units 19A, D, and E.
Second.
Okay, has this already been taken care of?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, proposals 98 and 99 have been addressed by
Okay,
the
so we've
action.
addressed-
Proposal 100 would be the
Let's
next
move that
one.
we take no action on 98 and 99.
Mr. Chair, I move we take no action on Proposal 98 and 99 due to the action already taken.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 100, lengthen the brown grizzly bear season
Before you do that, before we get the second, I would ask for unanimous consent on the motion to take no action. I see no objection, so without objection. Okay, go ahead with 100.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 100, lengthen the brown grizzly bear season in units 19E Echo to year-round.
Second.
Okay, proposal 100's been moved and seconded.
Okay, proposal 100 would lengthen the brown bear season in unit 19E, and there would be no closed season for resident hunters. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the public. The current brown bear season in unit 19E runs from August 10 to June 30. The bag limit is 2 brown bears every regulatory year. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken, and sealing is required. In 2022, the board split Unit 19A into 2 separate units. The eastern portion of Unit 19A became 19E. Prior to the split of 19A, there was only a C&T finding for brown bear in the Antioch drainage. There is no C&T finding for brown bear in Unit 19E. If passed, there would be no closed season for brown bear in Unit 19E. This change would apply to resident hunters only and would be an increase of 40 days of hunting opportunity. Brown bear harvest in 19E is extremely low, with only 4 bears taken per year between ROI 18 and ROI 22. 50% of the bears harvested were females and 50% were taken in the spring. 75% of bears were taken by non-residents. Based on extrapolated densities of similar habitats from other areas, we estimate a population of approximately 50 brown bears in Unit 19E. Proposal 100 would lengthen the brown bear season in Units 19E, and there would be no closed season for resident hunters. The department supports this proposal, and we have no biological concern for brown bears in the unit. In the last 10 years, there has only been 1 reported DLP. However, it is likely bears have been taken at fish camps that are not reported. If the board passes this proposal, there may be a small amount of incidental harvest, primarily by locals fishing along the river who would be able to legally keep their bears instead of having to comply with the DLP process. If the board chooses to pass this proposal, you may wish to consider keeping units 19A, 19D, 19E, 21A, and 21E aligned for consistency and to simplify regulations for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is residents only, correct? Year-round season for residents?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And as the advisory committees, actually their comments that they did put before you though, they were okay if it was for everybody, but the proposal as written was for residents.
Okay. Discussion from board members. Dave, what's your thoughts on this?
Thank you. That summer season, pretty much, there wouldn't be any, or very few non-residents in the field, because most of the bears probably taken incidental or other hunts. So I don't see any reason why we just can't go ahead and make it year-round, because I don't see much increase in harvest from non-residents who are the major harvester of those bears.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so we have it on the record and I have more confidence, currently the season does run into when brown bears den up. Is anybody in the area, denning for bears and potentially taking a sow or a cub during that season when they're denned?
Yeah, Member Barrett, that is a legal regulation in this area, and I am unaware of anybody taking advantage of that opportunity.
All right, thank you.
Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just remind the board, through your excellent work, you just aligned everything. And so if you took no action on this or it's not adopted, 19E would remain in alignment with everything else. However, if you choose to move forward, please consider the other subunits in 19. So it is consistent across the board.
Thank you. And I'm good with that personally. As long as it's limited to residents. I really wouldn't want non-residents to come in intentionally to hunt bears in the summertime. I don't think there'd be the hide quality that you're looking for, and it would be during a time when locals are hunting, are fishing and engaging in other activities. So, but for the residents of the area, you know, to avoid having to deal with DLP regulations, et cetera, I'm fine with that. I think making an amendment to this that would line all of 19 with a year-round resident hunting open season for bears is perfectly fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree 100% with that. And to address Member Burnett, or excuse me, Burrett's comment, I think in my understanding, most of the time denning occurs with black bears, at least on the Yukon River. So I think that wouldn't be much of an issue for me as far as coming in and denning for brown bears.
Go ahead, Al, and then
Thank you.
Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to amend it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make an amendment to proposal 100. Move to restrict this year-round season to residents only and to include 19A, 19D, 19E, 21A, and 21E. And you can find those in RC 009 for reference.
Second.
Amendment's been moved and seconded. James?
Yeah, I just had a question there. So, Member Brett, did you intentionally leave off 19C? I mean, was the intent?
19Cs are,
We already did it.
no,
No, not for
Not
open
for
season,
year-round.
not for all open.
not year-round. So you probably want to, you may have intended to include it.
I guess I'll just state my question. Is the intent to go with all of Unit 19 and the two subunits in 21 that we were talking about?
With concurrence with the second, we'll amend, or I'll restate that amendment to, would be including all of 19, A, B, C, D, and E, and also including 21A and 21E for residents only.
Year-round. Okay. I have saw concurrence from the second. A discussion on this. Jake, were going to speak to this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we added a lot of opportunity, and I think that most populations of animals need a break at some point in time. I'm not going to support the proposal.
Okay.
You know, I know that the DOP's is kind of frustrating, but it is a way that you can take care of a problem bear that's, harassing you.
Department.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So to speak to Member Barrett's amendment, the advisory committees specifically did not want to include 19B and C. Those units have very different type of user group. That is primarily fly-out hunters. They were intending to include the areas where there are villages, people are at fish camp. That's when they might take a bear in the middle of the summer, not in B and C. And so that's how we got there, if that's clear.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you. So Josh, is there a biological concern in 19B or C, or is it, well, that question first, yeah.
Member Barrett, no, there is not. It was just the different use patterns.
Could you expound on that then?
Yeah, sure. So again, Member Barrett, as I just said, 19B and C are fly-out units. And the other areas, 19A, E, D, 21A, and 21E, all have villages. And people are there in the middle of the summer doing other activities, fish camp, berry picking, et cetera.
So with our amendment, it's just residents only. There's basically no residents hunting in B or C then?
In the summertime, Member Barrett, that would be correct.
It's irrelevant. But go ahead, Al, do you want to change your amendment? Do we want to leave it the way it is?
I'm inclined to leave it the way it is. It's really a neutral thing. It's not affecting anything.
Okay. With that, go ahead, James.
I'm just going to say I'm inclined to support the amendment as is. It simplifies everything for the regs, and if there's not that many folks flying out there anyway, then it doesn't affect anything. So.
Yeah, I would, I want to speak to Member Fletcher's concerns, and I understand your concerns, but I don't think people are targeting brown bear hunting. There's very little targeted brown bear hunting by residents in this area. And so I think you're giving them a break anyway. So I think it's going to be incidental take, it's a problem bear, or it's a, just a opportunistic situation. It's not like people are going to be pursuing the bears. So I'm not as concerned with giving the bears a break. I would be a little concerned with perhaps people taking female bears with cubs, but these are, it's the residents, it's the people that live there for the most part, and they're usually wise stewards of their resources in our experience. So that's my feeling on it. Any additional discussion on this?
Call the question.
So we're still on the amendment.
On the amendment, yes.
On
To
that
include all
amendment,
of 19.
include all of
And
19,
21.
21A and 21E, residents only, year-round season. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Kuzak?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
The amendment carries 6-1.
Okay, the proposal as amended is before us. Discussion on the proposal as amended. Go ahead, James first. and then
I
Al.
intend to support this as amended. I think, for the same reasons that I stated in the amendment.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also intend to support it. The department showed that there's not a biological concern. It provides a whole bunch of additional opportunity for residents. And I'll let somebody look at the ACs, but I'm sure they were supporting it too. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Jake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not going to support it. This is a 40-day window when you have sows kicking cubs away from themselves. Those cubs are their first time, away from their mom. They're running scared anyway. It's a really vulnerable time for them. And I'm not going to support it.
Understood. Additional discussion?
Call the question as amended.
Okay. Proposal 100 as amended?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, board should no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 100 as amended. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Kuzak?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 6-1.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 101, allow brown grizzly bears to be taken over bait in 19C Charlie and to be taken at a bait site the same day a hunter has flown.
Second.
Proposal 101 has been moved and seconded. Hear from the department.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Proposal 101 would allow brown bears to be taken over bait and the same day airborne over bait in Unit 19C. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the public. The current brown bear season in 19C, this is all changing as we speak, but September 1 to May 31, bag limit is currently 1 bear per regulatory year. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken, and sealing is required. There's also a black bear baiting season from April 15 to June 30. During this time frame, black bears may be taken at permitted bait stations the same day airborne if the hunter is at least 300 feet from the airplane. If this proposal passed, this proposal would allow the take of brown bears over bait April 15 to May 31st. It would also allow brown bears to be taken over bait the same day airborne if at least 300 feet from the plane. Brown bear harvest in 19C is stable with an average of 22 bears over the last 5 years. Average age is 6 years old, and the average skull size is 20.3 inches. As I said before, 39% of all the bears taken are females, and 77% of the harvest takes place in the fall, with the majority of the bears, 74%, being taken by non-residents. Between RY 18 and 22, only 4 bait stations were registered in Unit 19C, and participation in baiting is extremely low. In adjacent Unit 19D, which has both spring and fall bait seasons, no brown bears were taken over bait. Our extrapolated estimate for 19C is 260 brown bears. Proposal 101 would allow brown bears to be taken over bait and the same day airborne over bait in Unit 19C. The department supports this proposal and we have no biological concerns. Passage of this proposal will likely result in a few additional bears being harvested, but this will likely not have a significant impact on the bear population and should not be considered a tool to reduce predation on ungulates. If the board chooses to pass this proposal, you may wish to consider keeping units 19B and C aligned for consistency and to simplify regulations for the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
Hey, Mr. Chairman. Josh, does the department, in the reporting you get with black bears and brown bears right now, is there a section where you ask the hunter how they got to the site, whether it was by boat or ATV or aircraft, and if they're same-day airborne already? Is that something you already collect?
Yeah, Member Loring. So we do collect quite a bit of information along those lines when hunters report. We know if their bear was taken over bait, how they access the area, et cetera.
And was there anything specific to same-day airborne, though, on that data?
The same-day airborne component of it, I do not believe we collect that information.
Okay, Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we were to adopt this proposal, do we have the mile setback for bait stations from every, structure, every cabin, every dwelling? And then do we anticipate maybe being able to have the discretion like the department spoke of earlier to add in like a major river thing if somebody had a cabin and wanted to put a bait station across the river or something?
Yeah, Member Fletcher, all those same stipulations would apply to this baiting opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm curious on this. Most of the hunting in this area for bears is incidental. It's non-residents who are hunting something else historically or hunting bears, but guided non-residents that have been doing the take. And now we're adding in a bear baiting component for brown bears. How confident are you in being able to estimate what the take would be? With the
Yeah,
spring bear baiting.
Mr. Chair, brown bears are required to be sealed, and at sealing, we ask them if it was taken over bait or not. So we'll be able to closely monitor what the increase in harvest is with the reporting that we get right now.
Yeah, I understand you'll be able to, but you made the statement that you see very little additional harvest, but how confident are you in that? That there won't be a big jump in harvest based on the fact that now we have a new method of hunting and an opportunity to do a bait station and bring in people to hunt?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, definitely something that went through my mind as I saw unexpectedly all these bear proposals, and it is a lot of additional opportunity. However, we do have a history now where bear regulations have been liberalized in other areas 1 bear to 2 bears, fall baiting, spring baiting, et cetera. And we just have not ever seen a big spike in bear harvest.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Additional discussion from board members. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make an amendment to Proposal 101. I move to amend Proposal 101, which is allowing the take of grizzly bears over bait in 19C. I would also include 19B for uniformity.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to add 19B. Want to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, to keep regulations less complicated. This would be a step in that direction.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion on the amendment. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the department, if we include that second subunit, you're still pretty confident with the low take with Sam Dearborn, over and above what the proposer asked for, that one subunit?
Yeah, Member Loring, yes, I would be.
Thank you. Additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question on the amendment to add 19B?
On the amendment, Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Brett.
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
Okay. Amended proposal is now before us. Discussion on the proposal as amended. I'd like to hear what people are thinking on this. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be in support of this, allowing this. I was looking at, one, the department had showed a slide where there was only 4 registered baits currently being used, which is a very small area for 19C. And looking at 19B and C, they're very remote, and there's very little access except maybe by fly-in. And 19C doesn't have hardly anything for, communities in it. And there's a few in 19B that, residents may be able to take advantage of that.
Thank you. Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be inclined to support this as well. Department stated they have no biological concerns for the stock, and also all the ACs support it, and almost all the public at this meeting, except for, I see one person that opposed it, but almost overwhelmingly everyone supports this, public and the ACs.
Thank you. Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for a point of clarification, can you hunt black bear over bait same-day airborne right now?
Member Fletcher, you can as long as a hunter is 300 feet from the airplane.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this also. And there might be a little bit of increased opportunity for non-residents, especially those disabled ones that can't really participate in a rigorous brown bear hunt. But if they can make it 300 feet from the plane to a bait site, they'd probably be able to harvest a black bear, or excuse me, a brown bear then, under a guided hunt. Thank you.
And I'd add that, hunting over bait station, people are able to be much more selective and have more opportunity to identify the bear that they're shooting, make sure they're not shooting that sat with cubs. And so I think baiting overall is a decent conservation tool, so. Ready for the question?
Call the question as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if the regulations adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 101 as amended. Mr. Brett,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 102, open a fall bear bait season in Unit 19E Echo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department.
Okay, proposal 102 would open a fall bait season for black and brown bears in Unit 19E. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the public. There is currently no closed season for black bear in Unit 19E, and the bag limit is 5 bears every regulatory year. They may be taken over bait from April 15 to June 30th and taken the same day airborne over bait if at least 300 feet from the plane. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken. The current brown bear season in Unit 19E is August 10 to June 30. The bag limit is 2 brown bears every regulatory year. Brown bears may be taken over bait from April 15 to June 30 and taken the same day airborne over bait if at least 300 feet from the plane. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken, and sealing is required. If passed, this proposal would allow the take of black and brown bears over bait from August 1 to September 30th. The proposal did not specify if same-day airborne take over bait would be permitted. Brown bear harvest in Unit 19E is extremely low, with only 4 bears taken by the public between RY 18 and 22. 50% of the bears harvested were females and 50% were taken in the spring. 75% of the bears were taken by non-residents and 1 was taken over bait. Between ROI 18 and 22, an average of only 2 bait stations per year were registered in 19E, and participation in baiting is extremely low. In adjacent Unit 19D, which has both spring and fall bait seasons, no brown bears were taken over bait. Based on extrapolations of bear densities and other similar habitats, the population in 19E is estimated at 50. Black bears are much more abundant, and the estimated population is 750. Proposal 102 would open a fall bait season for black and brown bears in Units 19E. The department supports this proposal, and there are no biological concerns for brown or black bears in the unit. If the board chooses to pass this proposal, they may wish to consider keeping all of the McGrath area units aligned for consistency and to simplify regulations for the public. While not included in the proposal, if the board is interested in allowing the take of brown bears over bait in all areas, you may wish to consider allowing brown bears to be taken at the bait site the same day a hunter has been airborne to reduce regulatory complexity. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Being awful quiet here. Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many hunters do we think would take advantage of this opportunity out there?
Member Fletcher, as I stated a few minutes ago, in general, as we've added these opportunities, very few hunters tend to do this. So we have already a fall brown bear bait season in 19D, and we've had no bears taken using that method. So the opportunity, that's why I stated this would provide additional opportunity is one of the main things. I guess I would add real quickly too, I wasn't sure how you guys were going to approach all of these, and I know you've been amending them. And we will get to a brown bear bait proposal later on. And so if you back to the matrix here to bring your eyes to this, the advisory committees are looking for bait seasons to make it consistent across the entire McGrath area from August 1st to October 31st. And that would be for brown and black bear baiting both.
And were there any comments about same-day airborne for brown bears from the advisory committees? Was that a discussion item?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, no, they didn't actually discuss that because right now in their areas, they already can do that, so.
With black bears?
With
And-
black and brown
brown
bears,
bears.
yeah, both. And so, originally when this proposal was submitted, they weren't again, we had no idea there were gonna be all these proposals. It would lead to really scattered regulations. So no, they didn't speak to that specifically. However, I would be pretty confident that they would be fine with that.
Throughout the whole area?
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's, go ahead, Dave.
Pleasure, while we're going over this proposal, why do they want to eliminate the spring season? It seems like it's pretty popular, especially here in the interior. High quality, early on is really good before they rub. And it might not be that way in September and October. Is there a reason why they kind of shied away from that spring part component?
Member Loring, this would not make any changes to the spring bait season. That would remain in place. This would just add new fall baiting opportunities. So we would continue to have black and brown bear baiting from April 15 to June 30th. In addition, though, would be this fall bait season.
Okay, I misread that matrix, thank you.
Board discussion. And are we interested in an amendment or amendments to this? Give us a couple of minutes to noodle on this before we move on. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make an amendment to Proposal 102. And amend Proposal 102, the open the fall bear baiting season in 19E as follows, from 1 August to 31 August. And I want to include all of 19 and 21A and 21E, which is the area for fall bear baiting. And then I would, for unification, also include that if somebody had same-day airborne, may take a bear at a bait site.
Second.
Second, so to be clear, that would be same-day airborne throughout the whole area and the same, consistent regulations throughout the same area for bear baiting in the fall.
He took my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We have the amendment's been moved and seconded. A discussion on the amendment. Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you. A lot of desire from the ACs for that, and because of that, I'm going to support it.
Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Consistent regulations across adjacent subunits is a really good thing and cuts down on confusion, so I'll be supporting it also.
Okay, I'm going to support this. Liberalizes opportunity, but this is an area where people haven't shown the desire to go out there and decimate the bear population. So I don't think that desire is going to change based on the regulations. It just makes it more of an opportunity if someone does have that desire, so, to hunt a bear. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I had one quick point of clarification for Member Barrett. He said August 1 to August 31st, if I heard you correctly, and I think you meant October 31st?
Thank you, Josh. Yes, if the second concurs, that would be October 31st for the end date.
Second concurs.
Yeah, I think that was just an unintentional misstatement. So.
No, it's because they don't write their dates as the military people do.
Right, exactly. Yeah, 10 or 8, yeah, 3110. Okay, go ahead, discussion, additional discussion on this amendment?
Call the question.
That's on the amendment?
On the amendment, Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Thank you. The amended proposal is now before us. Discussion on the amended proposal. Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Even though we might not have a lot of people participating in this, it does add opportunity. I'm going to support it.
Okay. Any additional discussion on this? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to build on that a little bit, the department doesn't show any biological concern. There's currently low participation out there, but it does provide more opportunity. And taking bears over bait is a very selective way of harvesting brown bears and black bears.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion before we vote on this proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board should no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 102 as amended. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 103, increase the bag limit for black bear in units 19B Bravo, 19C Charlie from 3 to 5.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Department?
Okay, Mr. Chair, Proposal 103 would increase the black bear bag limit in units 19B and C. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the public. There is currently no closed season for black bears in units 19B and C, and the bag limit is 3 bears every regulatory year. They may be taken over bait from April 15 to June 30th and taken the same day airborne over bait if at least 300 feet from the plane. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken, and sealing is only required if transported out of the state or selling. If passed, this proposal would increase the bag limit from 3 to 5. This would make Unit 19B and C consistent with the rest of Unit 19. Annual harvest of black bears in B and C is unknown because sealing and harvest tickets are not required. However, Units 19B and C have a high percentage of non-resident hunters who seal bears to transport them home. Total reported harvest in B and C averaged 21 black bears per year during RY 18 to 22. Only 5 hunters over this time harvested 2 bears in a regulatory year, and none harvested 3 bears. There have been no surveys of black bears in either of these units, but based on estimates in similar habitats, the population is estimated to be between 1,300 and 1,500 in Unit 19B and 1,000 to 1,200 in Unit 19C. Proposal 103 would increase the black bear bag limit in Units 19B and C. The department supports this proposal. There are no biological concerns for additional harvest of black bears in Unit 19B and 19C. This proposal is not anticipated to increase harvest, but would align regulations for black bears across Unit 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead.
Thank you, Josh, for your presentation. I know you don't have sealing data for local folks, but maybe anecdotal information. Do the locals actually harvest 2 or 3 bears more often than non-residents? And if they do you think that going up to 5 is going to increase the food supply or food security? Because I know quite a few black bears are eaten. So what are you kind of hearing from the streets?
Yeah, Member Loring. Yeah, black bear is definitely an important food resource in the area. 19B and C are almost entirely fly-out hunters is the demographic using those 2 areas. And so this really won't affect the local villages in that area very much because they don't typically hunt out there.
Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal for not having our regulations so complex and having uniformity within the unit. But I'm always cautious because we create these bag limits that basically are unrealistic. Next to nobody ever, especially when we go to 5 bears, that any one person actually takes that opportunity to the full bag limit. And so I'm just curious why sometimes I promote these things or support these things. So just some thought on the record.
Thanks, Alan. I agree with you, and particularly in this case, it's a fly-out area. It's not at somebody's house where they're gonna be out shooting 5 bears and eating them. But being consistent's good, and it's not gonna have any effect on the take of bears. It just makes it simpler if you're in the edge of this area from your other area and you happen to get an opportunity. It's not gonna make any difference on the bear population. Wouldn't matter whether it was 1 bear or 10 bears, probably. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I'm also going to be supporting this and just continuing to build a record. We had 6 ACs that supported this with none opposing.
Okay,
Call the question.
question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you go ahead and pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 103. Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 104, remove the requirement for a general season black bear harvest ticket in units 19D Delta.
Second.
Do we have a second? Yeah. Go ahead with the department comments.
Okay. Yep, Mr. Chair, proposal 104 would eliminate the black bear harvest ticket requirement in Unit 19D. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the McGrath AC. There is currently no closed season for black bears in Unit 19D, and the bag limit is 5 bears every regulatory year. A harvest ticket is required. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken, and sealing is only required if transporting out of state or selling. If passed, this proposal would eliminate the harvest ticket requirement for black bears in Unit 19D. This would make Unit 19D consistent with the rest of Unit 19. Harvest tickets expire June 30th at the end of every regulatory year, but there is no closed season for black bear in 19D. If a hunter is in the field on June 30th, they could not legally harvest a black bear on July 1st unless they obtained a harvest ticket for the new regulatory year prior to deploying to the field. The current harvest ticket requirement also necessitates that hunters keep track of their harvest tickets across license years from the fall to the spring, and many people tend to lose them. The number of black bears harvested in 19D is low, and black bear harvest ticket data contribute little to the department's management of bears. Although sealing is not required, the department gets a high percentage of bears sealed by hunters. During RY 18 to 22, an average annual of 15 black bears were reported by hunters in Unit 19D, and 22% of those bears were females. Resident hunters took 66% of all bears taken. We estimate a population of 3,000 to 6,000 black bears in 19D based on extrapolated densities of similar habitats. Proposal 104 would eliminate the black bear harvest ticket requirements in Unit 19D. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the McGrath AC. We have no biological concerns for black bears, and eliminating the harvest ticket requirement will significantly simplify the requirements for hunters, as well as align the regulations with the rest of Unit 19. Thank you.
Thank you. As I see this, it's the only unit in your area that has a harvest ticket requirement for black bears, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead. Dave?
I was going to ask the same question, and why is it there, and was there some kind of a need to get that information from the hunters on what they're taking and how many days in the field, that type of stuff? And sounds like you don't need it anymore, but it's kind of curious why it's still there.
Yeah, Member Loring, this is one it's kind of a holdover from the early days when we were doing bear control in the area, and we were really trying to track carefully how many bears were being harvested. It's just really not applicable anymore. Harvest is typically low, and as I said, The amount of data that we get is insufficient to really make any management decisions with anyways.
Thank you for that, Josh.
Okay, additional discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be supporting this proposal also for reasons that were stated prior. And it also, it shows that there's a relatively low sow harvest overall from the data they have collected, so I'll be in support of this.
Yeah, I'm going to support this in the interest of consistency across the area, but go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree. I mean, it would be consistent across the whole unit. I just bring to the board's attention that over the last hour or so, you have made immense changes to bear hunting regulations here. And, you know, registration permits aren't generally required. Now harvest tickets won't be required. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be consistent, but it's going to pose some challenges. You know, it's a little bit data light. So.
You know, and I think we understand that, but your staff has testified that the harvest tickets haven't been used, so, for data so there must be some other way to collect data, or else we're not having any. So I'm hoping we find another way to collect data. Jake?
Anything, Mr. Chair, I guess this question's for Captain Johnson. Is this an issue out there? Do you guys get called out because somebody doesn't have the right harvest ticket or old harvest ticket, or it's wet, or?
Through the chair, no. That's the only harvest ticket issues we're seeing early in 19 are primarily related to moose, and it's pretty rare.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff reported that there's quite a bit of sealing going on, which is a good thing, so there is some data covered there. And, you know, harvest tickets carry a pretty big punch on the front end, you know, not having one and not punching the harvest ticket. And then on the back end, there's very little punch, because, you know, the reporting requirements isn't generally required, or it's required, but it's not generally enforced, so I think it's probably a good thing to get rid of it and stick with the sealing information.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest maybe we ought to go to a registration hunt for all black bears out here and let the department track them all. But I'm not going to make that as an amendment, so. Okay. At this point, any
a question.
additional discussion? The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 104. Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Burrett. Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 105, allow brown grizzly bears to be taken over bait in Unit 21 Alpha.
Second.
Okay, this hasn't been covered in a previous one, or has it?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we've addressed the fall portion of it, but not the spring portion, so.
Okay.
We do need to go through one more.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we catch everything,
Yeah,
so.
thank you. Okay, so proposal 105 would allow the take a brown bear over bait April 15 to June 30th and open a fall bait season, which you just did. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the McGrath Advisory Committee. The current brown bear season in 21A is August 10 to June 30th with a bag limit of 2 brown bears every regulatory year. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken, and sealing is required. There is currently no closed season for black bears in Unit 21A, and the bag limit is 3 bears every regulatory year. They may be taken over bait black bears may be taken over bait April 15 to June 30th, and taken the same day airborne over bait if at least 300 feet from the plane. Cubs and sows with cubs may not be taken. If passed, this proposal would allow the take of brown bears over bait April 15 to June 30th and would open a bait season for black and brown bears August 10 to October 31st, which again, you guys just did. This proposal did not specify if same-day airborne take over bait would be permitted for brown bears. Brown bear harvest in 21A is extremely low with an average of only one bear taken per year between RY 18 and 22. Reporting is not required for black bears unless they are being shipped out of state or sold, but it is estimated harvest is extremely low. Over these last 5 years, an average of only one black bear was reported per year. Unit 21A, in Unit 21A, only one bait station has been registered since RY 14. In adjacent Unit 19D, which has both spring and fall bait seasons, no brown bears have been taken over bait. Our extrapolated estimates for Unit 21A are 190 brown bears and 2,400 black bears. Proposal 105 would allow the take of brown bears over bait April 15 to June 30th and open a fall bait season for black and brown bears from August 10 to October 31. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the McGrath AC. There are no biological concerns for brown or black bears in Unit 21A. Adoption of this proposal will likely result in a few additional bears being harvested, but this will not have a significant impact on the bear population and should not be considered a tool to reduce predation on ungulates. Passage of this proposal would simply provide additional opportunity. If the board adopts this proposal, the department recommends aligning the season dates with the rest of 19 and 21E. And the rest of 19 now has these spring dates, so it'd just be 21E. While not included in the proposal, if the board is interested in allowing the take of brown bears over bait, you may also want to consider allowing that brown bears be taken over bait, same-day airborne, if the hunter is at least 300 feet from the plane. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Josh, looking at 21A here, is a big chunk of it is the NOCO National Wildlife Refuge. And what are they allowing as far as bear baiting? I've been kind of back and forth on that. So what's currently Fish and Wildlife Service going to allow that to happen on their property?
Okay, Member Loring, the state regulations are applicable on the federal lands at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Additional discussion from board members, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to amend Proposal 105 to move to include same-day airborne, add Unit 21E, and change the season dates from 1 August to 30 October. 31 October.
Second.
And keep the spring dates.
Actually, that should be the 31st.
Okay.
That says.
Got the amendment before us. You want to speak to your amendment?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would, again, lessen the complications of our regulatory system or our handy-dandy. It gives unification through the other units or other subunits, and it's providing an additional opportunity.
I think they just gave.
Further discussion? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question to Department of Law. Cheryl, wasn't the state and the federal government involved in some lawsuits with same-day airborne and bear baiting on federal land in the past or just recently?
Through the chair, Member Loring, you might be thinking about the regulation on the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge. There were some statewide refuge regulations, but those have been repealed. They were overturned by Congress under the Congressional Review Act.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Cheryl, don't we have some rules that are being contested right now with the Park Service on bear baiting?
Park Service.
Yeah, there are some National Park Service rules that are in the works right now. They haven't come out with their final rules. We've been waiting for over a year on those, but that would not affect the refuges.
Right. So that's a National Park Preserve lands that would be affected by that. And none of them are in this area, as I recall. Additional discussion from board members. Al,
Call the question.
go ahead. Department?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so just to be clear on the amendment, this slide is actually, it should say October 31st, which Member Barrett picked up on. But in prior action that the board took on these other fall bait
August 10th.
proposals, it was August 1st to October 31st.
And
so
that's that was what his amendment did, was August 1st to October 31st.
31st, okay, thank you.
Yeah, he caught the 10th and the 30th.
Thank you.
Okay.
Call the question.
Question on the amendment?
On the amendment, and I'll just restate the notes I have, include same-day airborne take, add Unit 21E, season dates August 1 through October 31st, keep the spring season dates. Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Brett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, board discussion on the proposal as amended. James, what's your intent on this?
Yeah, I intend to support this, as written, or with the amendment. I think that this aligns the dates that, in the other adjacent units. It makes it more clear for everyone in the hunting regs.
Okay, I'd note that there's a lot of AC support for this and only one public comment that's opposing any of these actions, so I like to go with the ACs when we can. Additional discussion? Nothing, Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support it as well.
Okay. I think bear baiting is a very good selective tool for identifying and hunting the bears that you're targeting. Go ahead.
Thank you. We've talked quite a bit about bear baiting and semi airborne here in the last several proposals, and I think most of that conversation applies to this one also, so I'll be supporting it.
Call the question as amended.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 105 as amended. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
And just to verify with the department, we have taken action on the issues in proposals 106 and 107?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 106 and Proposal 107 due to the action already taken.
Second.
Thank you. With unanimous consent, we'll take no action on those. And Al, I think you wanted to
Yeah,
reconsider your vote on,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd like to reconsider Proposal 55 due to new information.
thank you. So Proposal 55.
Get a second?
Proposal 55 will be before us.
Did you second?
Second.
I don't think-
I needed a second.
Yeah, we need to vote on, well, we have a motion and a second to reconsider, and I'll ask for unanimous consent that we reconsider our action unless you believe that there should be a roll call vote. If there's no objection.
No, that's fine, Mr. Chair, just that reconsideration does take a 2/3, so if you have unanimous consent, you're
Yeah,
there.
unanimous consent. I'll ask for unanimous consent. Seeing that, Proposal 55 is back before us, sorry. I believe the department has some new information for us on Proposal 55.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do. Thank you for reconsidering. We were able to develop harvest objective and population objective numbers for Proposal 55, and that was a request of the board. And I believe that Mr. Pierce can speak to those numbers.
This is another one that I worked on with the advisory committees, coming up with some population and harvest objectives. If you guys did make a positive finding for 92-108, which you did earlier yesterday. And so the IM population objective numbers were 4,400 to 5,000. And the harvest objectives were 175 to 200.
Okay, is there any additional information? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there is an RC out there, and I'm scrolling through my stacks to refer you to that. My apologies.
Okay.
That would be RC 40.
Yeah. Thank you. The Moose IM worksheet.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Which is available online, and each of the members has received it. Okay, well, the board is reviewing the RC. Are there any additional questions from board members? What's that? So if we're ready, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adopt the population and harvest objectives that were recommended by the department, and the population objectives would be 4,400 to 5,000. And our harvest objectives would be 175 to 200 for proposal 55.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion on those harvest and population objectives? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, so just to build a record on that, so now we have some harvest goals under IM for proposal 55, which earlier in the meeting we did not. So,
Okay. Is there objection to the motion to adopt those harvest objectives? Okay. Without objection, we'll adopt those as part of Proposal 55. And then Proposal 55 is before us. Is there any further discussion on it? I think it's with the criteria worksheet and the numbers before us. I think we're ready to affirm our vote on Proposal 55.
call the question.
Thank you. On reaffirming Proposal 55, the board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you call the roll on Proposal 55?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on Proposal 55 with the adopted population and harvest objectives. Member Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Thank you. At this time, we're through the McGrath area proposals. And so we're going to go to lunch and we'll come back and we'll move to the Toke area. I assume the department will be ready for that at that time. About 1:30.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll be raring to go.
Okay, thank you.
Now, there's enthusiasm.
Okay, there might be loud noise, just so everybody knows. I'll stop it as soon as it occurs, if it occurs. We're doing some testing.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Can you hear that?
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Can you hear my question?
No, we can't ever tell people we have this microphone, Kyle. We're just testing it. It's a one-off.
Check, 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 check. Meow, meow, meow. Ooh. Check, 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 check. You can't hear me, Doug? Meow, 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 meow. Are you talking about the EEZ or the OEG? I have a comment about hatcheries. Okay. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
Unit off before mic.
That's
We're going to call this back to order here in just a minute, so if I could get people to settle down and regain their seats, perhaps. I would note for the record that we don't, and we're not really on the record yet, but I would note that we don't have our chocolate chip cookies yet, so I'm not sure how this is going to go this afternoon. Okay, Annie, are you ready? Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. It's approximately 1:35 in the afternoon on the first day of spring. And Stosh. Okay, that's right. We're going to go on with the regional review for the Tok region, and then I would like you to do the presentations on feasibility assessments that go with the first two proposals before we start on proposals. Sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman Burnett, members of the board. Some brief staff introductions, if you don't mind. To my far left is longtime AB Jeff Gross out of Tok. He's been the AB there for the last 21 years. And then to my immediate left and his right is Aiden Hunter, who is our new assistant AB in Tok, and he just started within the last year. Jeff's going to be giving the area overview, and then the staff comments for proposals will be given by both Jeff and Aiden, and there'll be a little bit of musical chairs like we've seen in the past. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this initial overview presentation, the board can refer to RC 4, tab 4.1. This presentation is the overview for the Tok Wildlife Program. The Tok Area Office primarily manages game populations in Units 12 and 20E in East Central Alaska, which encompasses approximately 20,000 square miles. However, with management responsibility for the 40-mile caribou herd and the sheep population in the Tok management area, Tok staff spends much of its time working in game management units 13C, 20B, 20D, and 25C. The Tok area offices had some turnover here the last year, and the Tok office is, of course, located in wonderful downtown Tok, Alaska, and is now staffed by actually a longtime program tech, Tess Fall. She started about a month after I did. Wildlife tech Marie Jameson, which started this past summer, and assistant wildlife biologist Aiden Hunter, who was just introduced to you to my right, and myself, Jeff Gross, the area biologist. The Tok area consists of a wide variety of habitats extending from the Yukon River Valley to the north and Tanana Hills in Unit 20E to the Upper Tanana Valley and Northern Alaska Range in Unit 12. Land ownership is diverse, with large tracts of federal lands within the Yukon-Charlie Rivers National Preserve, the Wrangell-St. Elias Park and Preserve, the Tetlin Wildlife Refuge, and BLM-administered 40-mile wild and scenic river corridors. There are also large tracts of state and native corporation lands in both units. In addition to the community of Tok, with about 1,200 residents, there are 12 smaller communities in the area. These communities range in size from 3 to 4 year-round residents to several hundred, and include the communities of Eagle Village, Boundary, Chicken, Dot Lake, Tanacross, Tetlin, Northway, Mentasta, Solana, Nabesna, and Shoshana. There are 3 primary fish and game advisory committees we work with out of the Tok office, including the Eagle, Upper Tanana 40-mile, and Tok Cutoff Nabesna Road ACs. Big game species include moose, caribou, Dall sheep, brown bear, and black bears. Fur bearers and small game are also important resources in the Tok area. These GMUs are primarily access from the Glen, Alaska, and Taylor highways, and the trail systems off these highways. The Yukon and Tanana rivers and their many tributaries provide boat access to portions of each of these units, and the remainder of the area is accessible by airplane or foot. The Tok area has two controlled use areas, both in Game Management Unit 20E. The Glacier Mountain Control Use Area was formed in 1971 to afford greater protection for the Dall sheep population on Glacier Mountain. Originally, access was limited to walk-in hunters only, but in 1981, the restriction on use of pack animals was eliminated. Access restrictions apply between August 5 and September 20. The area encompasses about 600 square miles. This control use area also provides opportunity for walk-in hunters to hunt the 40-mile caribou herd during the fall season. We get used to this thing. The Ladue Control Use Area was formed in 1994 to afford greater protection to the moose population. The area encompasses about 1,100 square miles. Motorized access is limited to designated trails and airstrips, with restrictions in effect during August 24 to September 20. There is one management area managed out of the Tok office, the Tok Management Area, which encompasses about 1,500 square miles in Northwest Unit 12, Northeast 13C, and Southeast 20D. This area is managed for trophy sheep. The TMA draw permit is one of the most sought-after sheep permits in the state. Established in 1974, the goal of the TMA was to provide sheep hunters with the opportunity to hunt large horned Dall sheep under uncrowded conditions. There are two caribou herds managed out of the Tok office. The Shoshana caribou herd is a small, mostly non-migratory herd. It is an international herd and ranges between Nebezna and Southeast Unit 12 eastward into Yukon. In 1994, all harvest of Shoshana caribou in Alaska was stopped. The herd declined between 1989 and 2003 and was estimated at approximately 720 caribou in 2003. The herd has remained stable since 2003 at approximately 700 caribou. Although no state hunting season exists for the Shoshana herd, a federal subsistence season was implemented beginning in fall of 2012. This was the first time the herd was hunted since fall of 1993. Between 2012 and 2022, a total of 14 bulls were harvested, and harvest has ranged between 0 and 3 bulls annually, with an allowable annual harvest quota for Alaska of 7 bulls. The 40-mile caribou herd is one of the most accessible and highly sought-after caribou herds in Alaska. The herd's range extends from west of the Elliott Highway, north of Fairbanks, east into Yukon. The Upper Yukon Tanana Predation Control Program, which included wolf control to benefit the 40-mile caribou herd, was established in regulatory year 2006. The wolf control portion of the program was suspended at the end of regulatory year 2017 and remains suspended at this time. The 40-mile caribou herd peaked in size in 2017 at approximately 83,000 caribou, but began to decline in 2018. The herd began to show signs of declining nutritional status after it exceeded 50,000 caribou in 2010. As the herd continued to grow and reach its peak population size in 2017, productivity and survival rates declined. In 2020, based on indices of poor nutritional condition and population models, it was determined the 40-mile caribou herd was at the beginning of a decline due to reduced nutritional status caused by overgrazing of its range. To decrease the potential for additional long-term impacts to the habitat, it was decided that the best management strategy was to quickly reduce the herd to a size that would allow the nutritional condition to improve. To achieve this goal, in regulatory years 2020 and 2021, harvest quotas were increased and seasons and bag limits were liberalized to quickly reduce the herd below 50,000 caribou. Beginning in 2022, harvest quotas were substantially reduced to allow for limited harvest opportunity, primarily of bulls, while minimizing the likelihood of further decline due to harvest. The herd was most recently estimated at 35,000 caribou in late June of 2023, based on the results of a successful photocensus survey conducted on June 28th, 2023. Photocensuses are critical for the management of the 40-mile herd. In recent years, regional wildlife biologist Nate Pamprin has worked diligently to bring a new digital photocensus camera system online, which has greatly enhanced our ability to successfully complete high-quality photocensus surveys. And I'd like to extend a special thanks to Nate and acknowledge him as a very important part of the team in Region 3. The board will hear more information about the 40-mile herd during proposal presentations, including a proposal to limit non-resident harvest by hunt zone, a proposal to establish a no-hunt corridor along the Steese Highway, a proposal to allow proxy hunting of the 40-mile herd, and a proposal to create requirements for cleaning animals at the kill site. The moose population in Unit 12 has been identified by the board as being important for providing high levels of harvest for human consumptive use. Intensive management objectives for moose in Unit 12 include a population objective of 4,000 to 6,000 moose with an annual harvest of 150 to 300. The Unit 12 moose population is currently estimated at 5,300 to 7,500 moose and is likely within or above the range of the IM objective. The reported moose harvest, including reported potlatch harvest, in Unit 12 averaged 130 moose during 2018 through 2022. This reported harvest is below the harvest objective. This is kind of a crazy slide, but it is color-coded so you can kind of follow along about the seasons in the boxes that match up with the same color on the map. Moose seasons and bag limits vary in Unit 12. A long September 1 to 30 season is in place in the remote southeast portion of the unit, shown in blue on this map. A small portion in southwest Unit 12, shown in orange, is part of a multi-unit registration hunt with an August 20 to September 17 season, and a split season during August 24 to 28 and September 8 to 17 is in place throughout the remainder of the unit, including the yellow and green portions of the map. Antler restrictions for residents are in place in roughly the southern half of the unit, and a general harvest ticket is required to hunt moose in all of the unit except within the registration hunt area in southwest Unit 12, highlighted in yellow, or in orange rather. Primary management activities for moose in Unit 12 include conducting fall population surveys, monitoring harvest, monitoring harvest, which is primarily done through general harvest reporting. In addition, 20 counts are conducted within portions of Unit 12, and periodic browse surveys have been conducted in past years. The board will hear one proposal submitted by the public to establish a 5-day archery-only season for moose, after the regular fall season in the northern portion of Unit 12. The moose population in Unit 20E has been identified by the board as being important for providing high levels of harvest for human consumptive use. Intensive management objectives for moose in Unit 20E include a population objective of 8 to 10,000 moose with an annual harvest of 250 to 500. The Unit 20E moose population is currently estimated at 4,000 to 5,400 moose, down from an estimated 5,700 to 7,700 in 2019, following the severe winters of 21-22 and 22-23. The average reported moose harvest in Unit 20E is also down in recent years, with an average annual harvest of 158 in 2022 and 2023, down from an average of 220 during 2014 to 2021, prior to the recent severe winters. Both the population and harvest levels are currently below intensive management objectives. A registration permit is required to hunt moose in most of Unit 20E, except within the upper portion of the middle fork of the 40 Mile River, where a general harvest ticket is required. In Unit 20E, hunters are not allowed to possess the RM 865 moose registration permit and the 40 Mile Caribou RC 860 registration permit at the same time. The original purpose of this restriction was to protect the low-density moose population from being over-harvested by large numbers of hunters primarily hunting the 40 Mile Caribou registration hunt. The fall moose season and bag limits are the same throughout Unit 20E and are aligned with most of Unit 12. The bag limit is 1 bull for residents and 1 bull with 50-inch antlers or 4 brow tines for non-residents, and the season dates are August 24 to 28 for residents and September 8 to 17 for both residents and non-residents. In addition to the fall season, there are 2 winter draw permit hunts in Unit 20E. These hunts are intended to allow opportunity to hunt moose in remote portions of the Ladue Control Use Area from November 1 to December 10. Recently, a total of 10 permits have been issued annually for these hunts. Management activities for moose in Unit 20E include annual fall population surveys, spring twinning counts, maintaining a sample of radio-collared cows for use during surveys, and to obtain survival and movement data, and periodic browse surveys. Harvest monitoring is primarily done through registration permit harvest reporting, which requires all hunters to report in a specified time frame. Harvest reporting has been more timely and accurate since the registration hunt was implemented in 2001. This has greatly improved the department's ability to analyze moose harvest data in Unit 20E. The board will hear an antlerless reauthorization proposal for Unit 20E and a proposal submitted by the Upper Tanana 40 Mile Advisory Committee to implement a new intensive management program for moose in southern Unit 20E. Wolf populations in most of Units 12 and 20E are relatively high compared to other areas of interior Alaska. This is primarily due to the presence of both the 40 Mile and Nelchina caribou herds, which spend part or all of the year in these units. This has caused concern about the impact of wolf predation on the moose population in these units. The wolf population in a portion of Units 12 and 20E was recently reduced under the Upper Yukon Tanana Intensive Management Program, meant to benefit the 40 Mile caribou herd. However, following the suspension of the wolf control activities beginning in regulatory year 2018, the wolf populations rebounded quickly and reached pre-control levels as of spring of 2020, based on wolf surveys conducted in the control area. The board will hear additional information about wolves during my presentation for the proposed intensive management program for moose in southern Unit 20E. In addition, the board will hear several proposals to lengthen the wolf hunting season in Units 12 and 20E and to allow same-day airborne take of wolves under hunting regulations. The bulk of the wolf harvest by trappers in Units 12 and 20E occurs from November through March, while nearly all hunter harvest occurs during August and September, incidentally by moose and caribou hunters. Grizzly bears occur at relatively high densities in Units 12 and 20E as compared to other parts of the interior. Since regulatory year 2012, when spring baiting was first allowed under general hunting regulations, harvest has averaged 24 bears a year in Unit 12 and 17 in 20E. This includes an average of 7 bears a year taken over bait in Unit 12 and 2 per year in Unit 20E. Harvest is within sustainable units in these units. The board will hear 2 proposals to modify the bag limit for grizzly bears in Unit 12. Black bear numbers vary within Units 12 and 20E, with the highest densities occurring along the major river drainages and their adjacent tributaries. This includes the Tok and Tanana drainages in Unit 12 and the lower 40 Mile, 70 Mile, and Yukon River drainages in Unit 20E. The majority of the harvest in Unit 12 occurs during the spring season and is associated with bait stations, while most black bear harvest in Unit 20E is opportunistic harvest by caribou and moose hunters in the fall. Sheep management in the Tok office is primarily focused on the Tok management area in northern Unit 12 and portions of Units 13C and 20D. This is one of the most highly sought-after sheep drawing permits in the state. The sheep population in the TMA has experienced a significant decline since the fall of 2019 due to severe winter weather during the winters of 2019 and 20, 21 and 22, and 22-23. During regulatory years 17 through regulatory year 20, the number of TMA permits were issued annually varied from 61 to 101, while the number of rams harvested varied from 27 to 56. In regulatory year 2021, 61 permits were issued, but only 9 rams were harvested due to the reduced sheep population in the TMA. And in 2022 and 2023, only 10 permits were issued, with 3 and 4 rams harvested in these 2 years respectively. The board will hear several proposals for the Tok management area, including a proposal to implement a non-intensive management predator control program within the TMA, a proposal to not modify non-resident permit allocations, and a proposal to establish an archery season. There is also one drawing permit hunt that encompasses a portion of West Central Unit 20E in the Mount Harper area. This hunt is managed by the Delta Junction office with 4 permits issued annually and a harvest of 1 to 2 rams. Sheep hunting within the remainder of Unit 12 and 20E is managed under a general harvest ticket. For Unit 12, this includes the North Wrangell Mountains. This area includes some road-accessible sheep hunting opportunity and receives high hunting pressure and harvest. Sheep harvest within the portion of Unit 12, within this portion of Unit 12, averaged 104 rams annually during regulatory year 2018 to 2022. For Unit 20E, sheep hunting opportunity with the general harvest ticket is available within the Tanana Hills in the northern portion of the unit. This area is remote and has a low-density sheep population and is accessible primarily by airplane. However, the Glacier Control Use Area in northern Unit 20E provides walk-in opportunity to hunt sheep from the Taylor Highway. Harvest within 20E outside of the Mount Harper Draw area averaged 3 rams per year during regulatory year 2018 through 2022. The Tok office has conducted annual surveys of sheep within a portion of the Tok management area since 2004, and periodic surveys within portions of the northern Wrangell Mountains in Unit 12 and Tanana Hills in Unit 20E. In general, sheep surveys conducted during recent years suggest the sheep populations have declined substantially following a series of severe winters beginning in 2019-2020. We seal about 20 to 60 rams a year at the Tok office. The sealing process has provided Tok staff with the opportunity to contact numerous sheep hunters since 2004. There's a lot of value in these hunter contacts, and the Tok office feels it's time well spent. The board will hear one proposal to modify the Unit 12 sheep bag limit for resident hunters based on the age of rams harvested. Overall, fur bearer abundance is currently at moderate levels in Units 12 and 20E. The lynx population is near the bottom of its cycle as the hare population remains at its low. Currently, there are no fur bearer surveys conducted by Tok staff. We depend primarily on trapper questionnaires, trapper interviews, and data collected from mandatory sealing of fur bearers to track fur bearer populations in Units 12 and 20E. The board will hear a proposal to lengthen the marten trapping season in Units 20E and 25B. Small game is an important resource to area residents in Units 12 and 20E. As previously mentioned, the hare populations are likely at the low point in the population cycle in Units 12 and 20E. Surveys and hunter wing collections indicate the numbers of sharptail and rough grouse may be slowly increasing relative to recent years. No surveys are conducted for spruce grouse, but they are common throughout these units. Thank you all. Take any questions.
Questions? Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. Quick question on wolf pelt quality. Are your wolf pelts pretty good that the trappers bring in, or do you have issues with lice or some of the other things we saw downriver?
Through the chair, it doesn't seem to be as prevalent in Tok. We see a little bit of the dysplasia and occasional lice, but in recent years we haven't seen a significant amount.
One other short question. On the Ladue controlled use area, that winter moose hunt where you have a drawing permit, you said you issued 10 permits, but I didn't see any success rate. Is it pretty good? It seems like there should be good access in the wintertime with snow machines and airplanes, but pretty good success rate on that?
Through the chair, it's actually very low. It's kind of a brutal hunt. It's sort of that in-between season or that edge season where there's too much snow for ATVs, not enough for snow machines. So people that are willing to, beat up their equipment pretty good can have pretty good success, and it's a nice area. We have seen more success in the last few years than we did in the previous 10 years, however. So maybe it's catching on a little bit.
Go ahead, Tosh.
Yeah, thank you guys for that report. Two quick questions. Dave took part of mine about the wolf fur quality, but it seems like I read somewhere prior to your graph here on the 40-mile caribou herd, was it at one time was the herd numbers much higher than the peak on your graph?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, there's been kind of some debate about that. Yeah, historically there are accounts that really were not substantiated by any kind of formal surveys or modern survey techniques that did indicate the herd may have been several 100,000 caribou. But I think as time goes on here, we've learned a lot about the herd in recent years. And more realistically, we've been able to document peaks probably close to what we saw in 2017. a number of times going back into the 1950s. But prior to that, it's a bit of speculation. But the general, I guess, the general sense from much of the public is that it was probably a lot bigger at one point in the past.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess on your second to last slide there, the small game picture, it kind of looks like an Arctic hare. Do you guys have Arctic hares?
The big ones? Unfortunately, no, we don't. And it could be, you know.
Other questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jeff. That was a really good presentation. Unit 12 moose, which seem to be doing very, very well over there, but we haven't been able to reach our harvest objectives. Do you have any explanation?
Through the chair, yeah, the primary limiting factor for harvest in Unit 12 is access restrictions, primarily on federal lands. The Tetland Refuge in Wrangell St. Elias has fairly limited motorized opportunity.
Right. And just one follow-up. 40 Mile Caribou, have you done any more nutritional testing on them to see if they're bouncing back somewhat or having less nutritional indices that we've had in the past? Are they getting healthier?
Through the chair, there's no clear evidence that nutrition is improved substantially at this point, but we are continuing all the same efforts that we have for the past 20, 30 years. And just finished a calf mortality study that'll be hopefully being summarized by our research biologist here in the next few years.
Just one more. And on your picture with your fur bearers, that wolverine in there, because we talk about moving the wolverine season later, and it looks like that's a really good example of what a springy wolverine looks like later in the year. People want to understand what a wolverine looks like.
Any other questions? I have one. The 40 Mile Caribou herd, the last several years, we've had stories about the combat hunting along the Steese Highway in the fall season. And historically, some of that was occurring on the Taylor Highway in the fall season. Has there been a change in their timing of their movements and migration over the years? And what does that look like?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's exactly right. Through about 2010, in the first 7 years that I was here, it was kind of an amping up along the Taylor Highway to the point where in 2009, we pursued some changes. And then they did shift. They would show up at, well, actually, we shifted the season to August 29th for a while. But when we did shift it back to August 10th, it did become, they were hitting the Steese Highway on opening day or just before. And so it's kind of the same scenario as we saw in the Taylor earlier on. We saw on the Steese, and a lot of the comments you probably received were during the period, the 2-year period that we were trying to liberalize harvest to reduce the herd. And it was certainly unprecedented. However, now I've tried to continue to talk to folks about the fact that our quotas are significantly decreased. It's not as crazy right now. You'll see some more data on it here in the coming slides.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Jeff. Are you seeing, or are you possible issues with that new gold mine there by Tetlin with the activity that's big and it's large and lots of traffic, and think that's going to affect any of your big game populations or any movements? Or is it maybe too early to tell?
Through the chair, I'll keep my personal opinions aside. But it's kind of hard to tell right now. Probably not. I'm not really expecting any significant impacts. You know, the Macomb caribou herd sometimes, as small as it is, you can get some of them hanging out along the highway, and obviously some trucks can take out quite a few caribou at once. But other than that, no, I don't really see any major issues.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, so how is the Canadian harvest strategy affecting the 40-mile herd now? Is it having any impact on that herd size at all?
Through the chair, it's, I did have a chance, or I have continued to stay in touch with our Canadian counterparts. They do still have license hunt in place, and there is still some First Nations harvest occurring. But their harvest levels are quite low. The caribou just don't get in a good enough spot at the right time of year for them to really take advantage of them, and they never have. Thus the reason why they wanted to see the herd grow and hoping they would become more accessible. So harvest rates no more than 50 or 60 max a year.
Any additional questions from the board? Not, thank you for your presentation, and I think we'd like to see the feasibility assessment presentation. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Proposal 108 was up first, and then I believe the feasibility follows that. Is that accurate? Would you like us to move the feasibility?
I think it would be good to have it before we
Okay.
consider 108, if that's okay.
It's your call, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so the way my presentation was organized is the actual data is in the proposal presentation. The
Okay.
feasibility is just the last few slides, but I'm happy to go over those.
Okay,
initially.
well, that's fine. We can just go ahead and we'll start 108. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 108, reactivate. Reactivate the wolf control in a portion of units 12, 20D Delta, 20E Echo to benefit moose.
Second.
Very, very good, Al. Al, thanks for the second. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. The department could give their analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be efficient. For the Tok area proposal presentations, the board can refer to RC4, tab 4.2. Proposal 108 was submitted by the Upper Tanana 40-Mile Advisory Committee. This proposal would implement wolf control under an intensive management program to benefit moose within portions of southern Unit 20E. Information in this presentation was used to complete a feasibility assessment of this proposed intensive management program. And I can discuss the results of that department feasibility assessment at the end of this presentation. The department is neutral on this proposal, but concludes that there would be a high likelihood of maintaining elevated moose harvest in the proposed area under this proposed intensive management program based on the results of the feasibility study. The Upper Tanana AZ supports their proposal. The Eagle Advisory Committee opposed it. Copper Basin supported it. Delta supported it, and Fairbanks supported it. Goals outlined in this proposal include maintaining the elevated moose population recently observed in Southern Unit 20E that was achieved following 14 years of wolf control and improved habitat from the extensive fires of 2004 in Southern Unit 20E, without exceeding nutritional limits of the habitat to maintain high productivity and maximize harvestable surplus. The second goal is to maintain the elevated harvest and success rates achieved with the increased moose population observed prior to the severe winters of 2021-22 and 2022-23. The third goal is to maintain the bull-cow ratios above management objectives to help avoid more restrictive hunting regulations. I will provide more information, more detailed descriptions of the portions of Southern Unit 20E where this proposed intensive management program is intended to benefit moose to help meet desired levels of harvest later in this presentation. Objectives outlined in this proposal include maintaining a moose density of 1 to 1.4 moose per square mile within the 2,452 square mile Taylor Corridor Moose Survey Area in the eastern portion of the proposed intensive management area. Maintaining an annual harvest, or number 2 is maintaining an annual harvest of 170 to 210 moose within the universal coding units that overlap the proposed intensive management area in Unit 20E. This objective is based on the average harvest reported in these units during regulatory years 2014 through 2021. Maintaining an annual moose harvest success rate of 20 to 25% within these same UCUs. That's objective number 3. Again, this objective is based on the success rates reported in these UCUs during regulatory years 2014 through 2021. And number 4, maintain the moose bull-cow ratios above the management objective of 25 bulls per 100 cows within the Taylor Corridor Moose Survey Area. Again, I will provide more detailed descriptions of the location of the Taylor Corridor Survey Area and the harvest coding units relative to this proposed intensive management area later in this presentation. The proposed intensive management strategy to achieve the intensive management goals and objectives includes a combination of periodic aerial wolf control, ongoing habitat enhancement, and antlerless hunts. More specifically, aerial wolf control would be implemented if the moose density falls below 1 moose per square mile within the Taylor Corridor Survey Area for 2 consecutive years, and the twinning rate in the intensive management area is equal to or greater than 20%. And wolf control would be suspended when the moose density increases to or exceeds 1.22 moose per square mile within the Taylor Corridor Survey Area for 2 consecutive years. Once wolf control is suspended, as long as the moose population remains above 1 moose per square mile, wolf control would remain suspended. Ongoing habitat enhancement projects would be designed to maintain early cereal habitat in the proposed intensive management area, with focus on maintaining habitat quality within the extensive areas burned in 2004. And use of antlerless hunts would be used when or if moose density exceeds 1.4 moose per square mile in the Taylor Corridor Survey area. If twinning rates, or if twinning rates decline below 20%, or if needed to maintain the bull-cow ratio within the intensive management program objective. An antlerless hunt within the Taylor Corridor Survey area is currently codified. I'm going to step through some maps here, and I'll do my best to try to keep it from getting too confusing, but it'll be a little bit complicated. The proposed intensive management area where wolf control would take place is shown in orange on this map. The total area is 4,757 square miles, with 85% in Unit 20E, 4% in Unit 12, and 11% in Unit 20D. I will focus the majority of this presentation on Unit 20E. Currently, all areas in all three units within the proposed intensive management area have an any bull resident bag limit. However, season dates vary. In terms of moose hunting, one control use area partially overlaps the eastern edge of the proposed wolf control area. The Ladue control use area, shown by black slanted lines on this map, prohibits motorized land vehicle use for moose hunting in the fall, with the exception of two established trails that are shown in red on this map, one up by Chicken and one further south. The proposed intensive management program includes options for aerial wolf control by public permittees in fixed-wing aircraft and retrieval of wolves and placement of snares and traps by private helicopter. In addition, department control would be considered if private control efforts were ineffective. The Unit 20E intensive management moose population objective is 8 to 10,000 moose. The most recent unit-wide estimate in 2023 was about 4,700 moose. This is down significantly from the previous 2019 estimate of approximately 6,700 moose. Several harsh winters since the 2019 moose population estimate and the recovering wolf population following suspension of the wolf control in the unit in 2018 likely contributed to the rapid decline. Unit 20E intensive management moose harvest objective is 250 to 500 moose. During regulatory year 2018 to 2022, the average reported harvest was 199 bull moose. However, prior to the recent decline, Unit 20E was close to the lower end of the intensive management objective, indicating harvest could fall within the harvest objectives under the right conditions. Using 5% of the current midpoint of the unit-wide population estimate, the Unit 20E harvestable surplus is approximately 240 moose. Again, prior to the decline, the harvestable surplus was 340, indicating that under the right conditions, there should be enough harvestable surplus of moose to achieve the harvest objective. However, looking at the unit-wide harvestable surplus does not paint the whole picture. Harvest is less than the harvestable surplus on a unit-wide basis, but harvest is not evenly distributed throughout the unit. Harvest has likely been close to harvestable surplus, nearing or exceeding 6% on an increasing moose population within the proposed intensive management area since the start of predator control in 2005. However, harvest rate in the remote portions of the unit is much lower, likely 1 to 2%, well below the harvestable surplus. Because of this, moose management has historically been focused on the southern portion of the unit. Currently, the harvestable surplus exceeds the ANS of 50 to 70 moose for Unit 20E. The proposed intensive management area where wolf control would take place has a long history of predator management, including wolf control in the 1980s to benefit moose, non-lethal wolf management in the 1990s to benefit the 40-mile caribou herd, and more recently, the board adopted an intensive management program to benefit moose in spring of 2004, including a 6,600 square mile aerial wolf control area outlined by red on this map. This area is mostly within Southern Unit 20E with a small portion in Northern Unit 12. In addition, this program included a 2,700 square mile bear control area illustrated by the crossed hatch portion on this map. In 2006, the board expanded the wolf and bear control areas. The wolf control area was expanded to include the annual range of the 40-mile caribou herd outlined by the red line on this map. This expansion was largely meant to benefit the 40-mile caribou herd. However, the area meant to benefit moose was also expanded to include all of Unit 20E and the portion of Unit 12 north of the Alaska Highway. In addition, the bear control area was expanded to include more of Southern Unit 20E, again highlighted by the crosshatched area. The bear control area was specifically meant to benefit moose. After 2006, the intensive management program was altered several times by the board, including in 2009, the bear control portion was removed from the program because bear removal objectives were not being met. In 2014, moose were removed from the program because no focused wolf control efforts specifically intended to benefit moose had been conducted and none were planned. However, the 40-mile caribou herd was retained in the program and aerial wolf control continued through spring of 2018, including public aerial wolf control and department-conducted wolf control during regulatory years 2008 and 2009 and 2011 through 2017. During regulatory years 2011 to 2017, the department efforts were focused within the 40-mile caribou herd's calving and post-calving range, which overlaps the western portion of the proposed intensive management area. Although moose were removed in 2014, it was assumed that moose in the wolf control area would continue to benefit to some degree from wolf removal. Moose surveys have been conducted annually in portions of Unit 20E since 2005. For this proposal, I will primarily focus on moose population surveys conducted in Southern Unit 20E that overlap the proposed wolf control area. During 2005 through 2012, moose surveys were conducted annually within the Tok West and Tok Central moose survey areas shown on this map. The entire Tok West survey area overlaps the proposed intensive management area, but the Tok Central survey area only partially overlaps the intensive management area. To better focus on the portion of Southern Unit 20E, of the Southern Unit 20E moose population that had the highest density and was the most heavily hunted, the 2,452 square mile Taylor Corridor Moose Survey Area was developed in 2014, shown on the map here. 93% of this survey area overlaps the proposed intensive management area. This area was surveyed annually from 2014 through 2023. The Taylor Highway and trail systems off the highway within this area provide good access for moose and bear hunters, wolf trappers and hunters, and mechanical habitat enhancement projects. One of the goals of the proposed intensive management program is to benefit moose in Southern Unit 20E. To evaluate success of this program goal, the moose population would be monitored within the combined Tok Corridor and Tok West moose survey areas that's shown on this map in red, where we observed increases in moose density during 2004 through 2018 concurrent with wolf control activities under the Upper Yukon Tanana Predator Control Program and large-scale fires in this area. We expect that a combination of wolf control and ongoing habitat enhancement efforts has a high likelihood of maintaining or moderately increasing the moose population within the combined Taylor Corridor and Tok West survey area. This area would be the intensive management program area for moose. Although a goal of this program is to benefit moose in the larger combined Tok West and Tok Corridor survey areas, the monitored moose population objective for this intensive management program is to maintain a moose density of 1 to 1.4 moose within just the Taylor Corridor survey area. This smaller area would require less funds to survey and less time to complete, which would allow a higher likelihood of successfully completing surveys on an annual basis and would help to avoid a situation where there is a mismatch between monitored moose population and the moose population the management or intensive management objective is based on. In addition, this is the portion of the intensive management area with the best moose habitat, highest moose density, and is where the majority of Unit 20E moose harvest occurs. It would be assumed the trend in the Tok West survey area would be similar to the trend in the Taylor Corridor survey area. Surveys in the Taylor Corridor survey area would be attempted annually to provide timely information to guide management decisions and determine when to activate or suspend wolf control efforts in the control area. The department will also attempt to survey the combined Tok West, Taylor Corridor, and Tok Central moose survey area once every 3 years, coinciding with a 3-year Board of Game cycle, to periodically evaluate changes in the entire Southern Unit 20E moose population and evaluate effects of the intensive management program. The portion of the Tok Central moose survey area to the east of the control area, in blue on this map, will be used as a control to monitor trends in moose population and composition outside but adjacent to the intensive management area in an area without wolf control. The only portion of the 3 survey areas surveyed in all but 1 year between 2005 and 2023 is the yellow portion shown here. This 1,821 square mile area is entirely within the Taylor Corridor Moose Survey area. I will refer to this area as the Taylor Corridor Analysis Area. Essentially, it's almost the entire Taylor Corridor area, just there's a sliver at the top that's we didn't survey in a few years. So data collected in this analysis area was used to analyze long-term changes in the Southern Unit 20E moose population and composition. Within the Taylor Corridor analysis area, observable moose density steadily increased between 2005 and 2018 from 0.7 moose per square mile in 2005 to 1.4 moose per square mile in 2019, likely due to a combination of improved habitat from large fires in 2004 and wolf control. The moose densities then level off for a few years, but declined between fall of 2020 and fall of 2023 from 1.4 moose per square mile to approximately 0.9 moose per square mile, concurrent with the recovery of the wolf population from reduced levels during the recent wolf control program, several severe winters, and possibly some reduction in habitat quality in the aging 2004 burn. The bull to cow ratio within the analysis area remained at or above 40 bulls per 100 cows during 2005 through 2015, but declined as the population grew and harvest increased. By 2018, the bull-cow ratio neared the current management objective of 25 bulls per 100 cows indicated by the red line. However, since 2018, the ratio has remained above the objective, indicating harvest is likely within sustainable levels. And although increased harvest of bulls in recent years likely contributed to the decline in the bull to cow ratio, it is not the only factor driving bull cow ratios. The fluctuating bull cow ratios during recent surveys has not been primarily due to changes in the bull population. Instead, the bull population has remained relatively stable, shown by the orange squares, but the cow population has changed over time, ultimately driving the change in the bull-cow ratio. In addition, the declining cow population is also an important factor in the overall decline in the population in recent years. Calf-cow ratios averaged 32 per 100 cows during 2005 through 2010, 21 per 100 during 2011 to 2018, but have remained below 20 calves per 100 since 2020, coinciding with the recovery of the wolf population in recent severe winters. The ratio of 31 calves per 100 observed in 2019 was an outlier and likely an annual anomaly or result of sampling error rather than changes in predation rates or habitat conditions. The trend in Unit 20E moose harvest has followed the changing population in Unit 20E. Harvest increased from an average of 151 during 2005 to 2009 to 220 annually during 2014 to 2021, peaking out in 2015 and 16 with 244 and 245 moose harvested respectively. But then harvest dropped back down to an average of 158 in 2022 and 2023, concurrent with the recent decline in the moose population. Current harvest is well below the intense management objective of 250 to 500. The proponent also mentions the goal of maintaining recent moose harvest success rates. The success rate has varied over time, but remained above 20% in all but 1 year during 2014 through 2021. In 2020, a record number of hunters, over 1,200, reported hunting moose in Unit 20E, which resulted in a temporary decline in the success rate. During 2020, a multiple bag limit for 40-mile caribou in Unit 20E was opened during the moose season, and the department suspended the restriction to possess both moose and caribou permits at the same time in Unit 20E due to concerns about food security during COVID. This resulted in a large number of caribou hunters obtaining moose permits that would normally be restricted from possessing both a moose and caribou registration permit at the same time, and an increase in reported moose hunters in 2020. Success rates were lower in the past 2 falls, with a 16% success rate in 2022 and an 18% success rate in 2023, likely due to the recent decline in the moose population. In discussions with the proposers, a success rate between 20 to 25% is desirable. Data from moose hunt reports from the universal coding units that overlap the proposed intensive management area will be used to monitor changes in moose harvest and success rates to evaluate effects of the intensive management program. During regulatory years 2014 to 2023, 84% of reported moose harvest in Unit 20E occurred within these UCUs. And you'll notice a few of the UCUs are cut in half or only partially within the proposed wolf control area, but nearly all the harvest in those UCUs occurred within the portion of the UCU that overlaps the intense management area. To evaluate moose productivity, we look at moose twinning rates and browse removal in southern Unit 20E within the Tok West and Taylor Corridor survey areas. Instead of using twinning rates, we use a 3-year running average twinning rate to even out some of the variation associated with annual twinning surveys. Twinning rates were stable with no statistically significant linear trend during 2004 through 2023, with an annual average twinning rate of 31%. Twinning rates greater than 20% generally indicate habitat can likely support a larger population. The most recent 2020 to 2023 3-year average twinning rate was 36%, suggesting habitat is not currently a major limiting factor for the southern Unit 20E moose population. This figure shows the relationship between proportional removal of browse biomass by moose and moose twinning rate in game management units in interior Alaska since 2000, along a gradient from low to high moose density. Twinning rates below 20% and browse removal rates greater than 30% are indicators that a moose population is likely in a reduced nutritional status and further growth is not advisable. The intent of this proposed intensive management program is to maintain the moose population at a high enough density to achieve desired harvest, but a low enough density to avoid nutritional constraints from reduced forage quantity and quality as a result of excessive browse removal rates. In 2006, a twinning survey and browse removal survey was conducted in the southern portion of Unit 20E. The resulting relationship is circled in red in this figure and indicates the moose nutritional status in southern Unit 20E was at moderate to high levels and was likely not habitat limited. Based on the relationship between the most recent 2021 to 2023 3-year average twinning rate of 36% within southern Unit 20E and the browse offtake estimate of 28% from a browse survey conducted within the Taylor Highway Moose Survey Area, or Taylor Corridor Moose Survey Area, in late winter 2022, circled in green on this figure, it is likely that the southern Unit 20E moose nutritional status continues to be at moderate to high levels and is likely not habitat limited at this time. One reason habitat could become a limiting factor is that although 39% of the proposed intensive management area has burned since 1989, the majority occurred during 2004 and 2005, highlighted in blue on this map, which is maturing and likely to become less productive over time. Habitat management, including prescribed fires and mechanical treatments in the more accessible areas, will need to be ongoing to maintain early cereal stage habitat as the 2004 and 2005 fires continue to age. Although all the 2004 burn could never be treated, the purpose of the enhancement effort will be to maintain enough of this habitat in the intensive management area to provide adequate nutrition to maintain the desired moose density. Previous moose mortality studies within 20E and nearby areas suggest wolves and brown bears were the primary predators of moose in the proposed area. This slide shows the result of a moose mortality study conducted in southern Unit 20E in the 1980s. Although this study is old, it is the only moose mortality study that has been conducted within the proposed area. Annual calf survival to 1 year of age and sources of mortality are shown on the pie graph on the left. Total population annual survival and source of mortality is shown on the pie graph on the right. Overall, brown bears and wolves were found to be the primary predators. Brown bears killed 52% of the calves, while wolves killed an estimated 13%. For the total population, brown bears killed 22% and wolves 7%. Caveats to this research are that the calf mortality study occurred over 1 year only, and the study occurred during a year of reduced wolf numbers following 1 year of wolf control. A moose mortality study conducted in southwest Yukon found somewhat similar results for bears, but wolf mortality was higher. In the Yukon study, brown bears killed an estimated 26% of the total population annually, while wolves killed an estimated 14% of the total population annually. While this doesn't represent a comprehensive review of all relative moose mortality studies, these two studies were conducted within or close to the proposed control area. The Unit 20E wolf population objective is to maintain a population of no less than 60 wolves. A wolf survey was conducted in March 2020 and again in March of 2023 within the 5,125 square mile survey area illustrated by cross-hatching on this map. This survey area overlaps 82% of the proposed intensive management area. In 2020, the wolf population estimated in the survey area was 99 to 102 wolves, or a density of 19 to 20 wolves per 1,000 square miles. Based on this estimate, wolves had recovered from reductions during the previous wolf control program that was suspended in spring of 2018. In 2023, the wolf estimate was similar at 109 to 110 wolves, or a density of 21 to 22 wolves per 1,000 square miles. Annual wolf take within the proposed control area has varied over time, but since 1990, the highest levels of take were during years with active lethal wolf control. Wolf take averaged 34, range of 17 to 61, during regulatory years 1990 to 2003, prior to lethal wolf control, 56 with a range of 31 to 101 during regulatory years 2004 to 2017, during years of lethal wolf control, and then declined again, averaging 35 with a range of 22 to 58 during regulatory years 2018 to 2022, after wolf control was suspended. Private wolf control participants took the majority of the wolves during most years of control. Department control efforts were only conducted in the later years of the recent control program and were largely concentrated within the 40-mile caribou herd calving and post-calving range that is mostly outside of the proposed intensive management area. During years of wolf control, hunters and trappers averaged 52% of the take, public wolf control permittees averaged 30%, and the department take averaged 19%. If wolf control is implemented under this program, levels of take by public control participants is expected to follow a similar pattern observed during the recent wolf control program. The first year should see the highest take because wolves are numerous, packs are large, and most wolves have not been exposed to aerial control. Following the first year of control, wolf numbers should be reduced, but wolf take should remain above levels expected with hunting and trapping alone. The current management objective for black bears in Unit 20E is to maintain at least 55% males in the combined reported 5-year running total harvest. Based on density estimates developed by department staff for Unit 12 in the 1980s, there are an estimated 450 to 650 black bears in the proposed intensive management area. Black bear harvest in the proposed intensive management area during 2018 through 2022 averaged 12 bears a year. This is a harvest rate of 2 to 3% annually. Current management objectives for brown bears in Unit 20E are to prohibit the harvest of cubs within the first 2 years of life and sows accompanied with cubs, and manage for a stable or increasing trend in harvest. Based on density estimates developed from brown bear research conducted by the department in Southern Unit 20E in 2005 and 2006, there are an estimated 132 to 165 brown bears in the proposed intensive management area. Brown bear harvest in the proposed intensive management area during regulatory year 18 through 22 averaged 10 bears a year. This is a harvest rate of 6 to 8% annually. Other considerations include the potential impacts of predator control on the 40-mile caribou herd. This map shows the 40-mile herd range used during 2013 through 2022, including the annual range in blue and the post-calving range illustrated by the crosshatched area. The proposed intensive management area in orange overlaps a portion of the southern part of the herd's range. With the 40-mile herd currently in decline and in a reduced nutritional status, predator control that could result in herd increase while the herd is still experiencing nutritional limitation is not advisable. Until nutrition improves, increases due to management actions could exacerbate the limiting factors and result in further unwanted decline. Although the intensive management area overlaps the herd's range, the portion of overlap is small enough that wolf reductions are unlikely to have a large enough effect on the herd to influence population trend. Therefore, the department has no biological concerns about the potential effects of this proposal on the 40-mile caribou herd. Weather is another important factor to consider. Although weather throughout the year can affect moose, winter is generally the most critical period. Although Unit 20E experienced record snowfall in recent years, historically, eastern Alaska's snow accumulations are less than areas closer to the ocean or south of the Alaska Range. A snow depth of approximately 70 centimeters is within the critical depth for calf moose to be able to adequately move and have enough access to browse to survive, while depths of 90 centimeters can significantly impede adult moose. Historic maximum snowfall readings in Chicken, Alaska, within the proposed intensive management area, has only exceeded 80 centimeters twice and 90 centimeters once during the years data was collected. Coincidentally, these deep snow years have all occurred since 2021 and likely attributed to the recent decline of moose in southern Unit 20E. Another consideration is land ownership. Within the proposed intensive management area, 52% is state land, shown here in blue, 32% is BLM administered land, shown in brown, and 16% is privately owned primarily by Doyon, who are supportive of this proposed intensive management program. Their lands are highlighted in yellow. The large portion of public land should provide good access for wolf control, moose harvest, and to implement harvest or habitat projects. Proposal 108 was submitted by the Upper Tanana 40-mile AC. This proposal would implement wolf control under intensive management program to benefit moose within portions of southern Unit 20E. The department is neutral on this proposal, but concludes there would be a high likelihood of maintaining elevated harvests in this area under this proposed intensive management program based on the results of a feasibility assessment. If the board wishes, I can summarize the feasibility assessment at this time.
Yeah, please do. We want to.
Okay, and this will be fairly short.
50 slides.
I'm going to take a little drink of water. Information in the presentation for Proposal 108 was used to complete the feasibility assessment and is the basis for the department recommendation. The following slides will summarize the results of the feasibility assessment and provide some additional information considered in the assessment. If adopted by the board, the department recommends implementing the proposed intensive management program as described in the presentation for Proposal 108 and written in Section 1C1 of the feasibility assessment to include wolf control and ongoing habitat enhancement efforts as necessary to benefit moose within the 3,519 square mile combined Tok Corridor and Tok West Moose Survey Area in Southern Unit 20E. We observed increases in moose density in the combined Taylor Corridor and Tok West Moose Survey areas during 2004 through 2018, concurrent with wolf control activities under the Upper Tanana Predator Control Program and large-scale fires in this area. We expect that a combination of wolf control and ongoing habitat enhancement efforts has a high likelihood of maintaining or moderately increasing the moose population within the combined Taylor Corridor and Tok West Moose Survey Area, which we propose as the intensive management program area for moose that will help with progress towards the Unit 20E intensive management harvest objective for moose. Specifically, documented increases in the moose density within the Taylor Corridor analysis area from 0.7 from 0.7 moose in 2005 to 1.4 moose in 2019 that are likely due to the combination of improved habitat and effects of wolf control during this period indicate the feasibility of attaining the moose population objective for the proposed IM program is high. Based on the recently documented increases in the Unit 20E moose harvest between 2005 and 2023, resulting from the increasing moose population and the combination of an extensive road and trail system for access and the high proportion of public land within the proposed intensive management area, the likelihood of maintaining the recently observed elevated moose harvest in Southern Unit 20E is high. Potential issues the board may want to consider include the biological issue of the aging 2004 and 2005 burns that may become less productive in coming years, potentially reducing moose habitat quality and quantity within the IM area. Social issues include potential public opposition to wolf control, conflicts between wolf control participants and wolf trappers, hunter crowding and conflicts resulting from higher moose hunter participation in Unit 20E, and potential opposition to moose cow hunts. Other considerations include change in weather patterns resulting in severe weather events occurring more frequently, potentially having negative effects on the moose population. For example, the 3 severe winters in Southern Unit 20E since 2019 resulted in increased mortality in all age classes of moose and reduced levels of recruitment, which not only resulted in a significant decline in the population, but will likely have a lag effect on population recovery. Fire frequency has also increased in recent decades. More frequent natural fire events could reduce the need for habitat enhancement projects to maintain moose habitat in the future. And predators are another consideration. Wolves in the IM area have recovered to pre-control levels following the suspension of the recent control program in spring of 2018, combined with a reduction in alternative prey species as a result of recent declines in the 40 Mile and Nelchina caribou herds. Wolf and potentially bear predation on moose has likely increased in recent years. If adopted by the board, the department recommends implementing the proposed IM program as described in the presentation for Proposal 108 and written in Section 1C1 of the feasibility assessment to include wolf control and ongoing habitat enhancement efforts as necessary to benefit moose within the 3,519 square mile combined Taylor Corridor and Tok West Moose Survey Area in Southern Unit 20E. The end.
Thank you for a very thorough analysis. I do want to point out, though, in your thoroughness, unlike one of your predecessors, you failed to translate between centimeters and inches for the American viewing public. And, you know, that's 35.4 inches of snow that we're talking about, 90 centimeters. So, you know, you could have done that for us. I had to do it in my head while you were doing it, so. Yeah, I do know where Tok is located. It's real close to Canada, you know. And they don't understand how to measure things. But anyway, incredibly thorough and good and great analysis. I think we can use that to make decisions. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seen in one of the slides that you would stop predator control when you reach the moose density of 1.2 and hopefully maintain it for a while there. And you have in your plan that you're achieving, you know, a moose density of 1 to 1.4. So how, you know, 2 points difference, you know, what's that realistically look at? It seems like a really close number in my mind, you know, trying to manage from 1 to 1.2. What kind of fluctuation in population does that really look like?
Through the chair, you know, we observed a fairly slow increase in the moose population. So while it's only, you know, a few tenths, with wolf control alone, I would anticipate that it probably won't happen really quickly. And it's 2 consecutive surveys. So I think it's reasonable. I do understand, you know, in some ways, they had to pick their numbers. And so they did try to, you know, initially, a lot of the efforts were to try to get over 1 moose per square mile. We know we got up to 1.4 moose per square mile in that one particular survey area. And all indications were it was sustainable, and it was resulting in a level of harvest that was elevated, but also still acceptable as far as hunter crowding to most people. So anyway, that's how that was developed.
All right, thank you.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you. Question about previous wolf removal in the past. Do we collaborate with our neighbors, and do they help finance these when we do these programs in the past?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I assume you're talking about Yukon?
Yeah,
Or-
Canada.
Okay, not the Park Service? In spirit, they're in as far as helping collect biological data and buy satellite collars for caribou and so on. They've been an excellent partner. As far as active wolf removal, no, they haven't participated in any of that on the Yukon side.
Through the chair, we're working on that with them right now. We're trying, they don't have the prohibition other territories and provinces have in Canada, but they've been very reluctant to do it, but that doesn't mean they can't do it in the Yukon. So First Nations are interested in having the government do some of that predator control, so we're having that dialogue with them.
Thank you. I have a question for the commissioner and/or Ryan to answer. We talk a lot about IM programs there, and there is a limited amount of IM funding. And so, you know, I don't know how limited we are in terms of the practicality from a financial standpoint of some of the IM programs that we'll be discussing overall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've talked, you know, we'll put this in the bucket. However, this one's relatively inexpensive to the department, other than in terms of, you know, at least at the outset, we don't anticipate having staff members out there and having aircraft costs, things like that. We will have increased monitoring responsibilities, but we'll assess it. However, it's not quite up to a level of something like the Mulchina Range, or Mulchatna Range. It's getting long.
Thank you.
It's a combined herd.
Other questions from board members? Dave?
Thank you. Jeff, I know that in prior programs, there's quite a bit of public aircraft, non-departmental activity. I know there's quite a few good Super Cub pilots up in that country, and you expect if it does come back into play, that a lot of that will be taken care of by the public component?
Through the chair, yeah, I'd certainly anticipate that. A lot of the same pilots, well, virtually all of them are still around, and I do get phone calls from them every year. So I anticipate, because of the proximity to Fairbanks and some of the folks that we have in Tok itself, yeah, it should be a lot of participation.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seen on one of the slides you had the post 40-mile calving area. Did you have a slide, or where is the current calving area, which is really important to, wolves or bears taking caribou calves? How it looked like, if I remember right, that would have been right in the middle of your IM area?
Through the chair, it varies every year. It's, of course, that crosshatch area on this map, is, while it contains the locations from recent years, it doesn't necessarily reflect the, what they're gonna do in coming years. So it's, in recent years, they have been more in the IM area in the spring when they first calve, but then they move outside of it. But that could easily change. The bottom line is in order to affect the caribou herd, it would take a much higher level of removal over a larger area. And we, in our evaluation of the IM program for the 40-mile caribou herd, we were unable to show an effect of our IM efforts or wolf control efforts on the caribou herd. And that was a huge effort. So I don't anticipate the smaller effort will have any effect.
And just one other thing, I'd like to give a good shout out for the trappers in that area. It's not often you can see the trappers out doing aerial gunners. So, that's a good bunch of guys down there.
Thank you. Discussion on the proposal. Go ahead. Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go ahead and support this proposal. I think the department came with a really good plan, and their feasibility study is good, and I think it will have some effect in increasing the moose population in the area.
Thank you. Stosh?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll be supporting it as well. All the ACs supported except for one, and that one AC was split 2 to 3. And makes sense to me.
Thank you. I'm going to also support this. I think one thing, I might have joked a little bit about the thoroughness of your presentation, but the fact is that that's very important when we're doing something like this, and it's very much appreciated. And I'm sure it's very much appreciated by our Department of Law. And when there's any challenges to doing any of this stuff. So it's clear that you've done your homework. It's directed and it's not just some scattergun approach. So I'm very much in support of this. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting it also. I saw, like I said, very good homework, a lot of numbers, a lot of good data on populations, twinning rates, where you want to be with moose per square mile. And I know that there's not a lot of money maybe available from the department, but I think we'd have a lot of participation by the public sector. And when it does happen, I think it'll be pretty successful.
Okay. Any other discussion on this?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 108. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 109, allow wolves to be taken in Unit 12 the same day a person has been airborne.
Second.
Proposal 109's been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department.
Just want to let you know that last proposal was just all about wearing you down. Wore me down. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next proposal is Proposal 109. This proposal is submitted by the public. The proposal would allow the use of aircraft to take wolves same-day airborne from aircraft in Unit 12, contingent upon the adoption of an intensive management program in a portion of Unit 12. Same-day airborne could include airborne and/or land and shoot take. The department is opposed to this proposal. The Upper Tanana 40 Mile and Delta ACs took no action on this proposal, but the Copper Basin AC did support it. I'm not going to go over all these statutes and regulations, but an Alaska statute and 5 sections of the codified regulations do apply to this proposal, and they're shown here on this slide for reference. Primarily, the statutes and regulations prohibit the shooting or assisting in shooting a free-ranging wolf and the same day that a person has been airborne, except when permitted under a predator control program authorized in an intensive management or non-intensive management plan that has been adopted by the board. Therefore, this proposal is contingent upon the adoption of an IM or non-IM plan for a portion of Unit 12. This proposal is intended to address concerns about increased wolf predation on moose and sheep in Unit 12 observed by the proposer. Because sheep are not an identified intensive management species, a non-intensive management predator control plan would need to be adopted by the board to allow aerial or same-day wolf control to be implemented for the benefit of sheep. Unit 12 moose are an identified IM species in Unit 12, so an intensive management plan could be developed for Unit 12 moose. Currently, the Unit 12 moose population objective is being met or exceeded, and an estimated unit-wide population of about 6,500 moose. However, the Unit 12 harvest objective is not being met in all years, with an average of 130 moose harvested annually during 2018 to 2023, or 22 rather. And the lower end of the objective was last exceeded in 2019 with a moose harvest of 155 moose. Travel restrictions on federal land over the majority of the unit is the primary limiting factor to harvest. Therefore, the board would need to consider if there is justification for a predator control program to benefit moose in Unit 12. If the board desires to explore either IM or non-IM programs for moose or sheep in Unit 12, the department will need to develop a feasibility assessment and present our findings at a future board meeting. Again, Proposal 109 was submitted by the public. The proposal would allow the use of aircraft to take wolves same-day airborne from an aircraft in Unit 12, contingent upon the adoption of an intensive management program in a portion of Unit 12. Same-day airborne could include airborne and/or land and shoot. The department is opposed to this proposal. And again, the Tanana AC and Delta AC took no action, and Copper Basin supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to be in support of this for the reasons stated up on the screen. And you know that currently they have a very healthy moose population. We are not meeting the harvest of it, and that's only because of access to the moose. And so I won't be supporting this proposal.
Okay, I think this, as I look at it, the only AC that supported this was Fairbanks. The people in the local area either took no vote or maybe the copper base, but it's not, I'm not positive. But a lot of federal land, a lot of barriers to this, and a healthy moose population. So the question is, would we be interested in a non-intensive, a program not under the intensive management statute that would be for the benefit of wolves, which would probably require using the use of state-owned equipment to harvest wolves? And we might, I don't know that we want to adopt this. We may want to ask the department to look further into whether it might work, but I'm not in. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, we can certainly spend some time looking at it, but the populations above objectives, we've heard testimony that the limiting factor for the harvest objectives is access, and, you know, that's one of the feasibility assessment factors we need to consider.
Right. Okay, so go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't be supporting this either. I think based on the moose population, the healthy population there, lack of access, the inability to do this on federal lands, and the department's opposition until they actually get some plans in place will play a big part in my opposition.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this, Al?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 109. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Lauren?
No.
Ms. Cusack? No. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Thank you. And at this time, we're going to take a little break and try to recover from intensive management and come back to this. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4. It sounds clicky still? Click, click, click. Meow, meow, meow. One, two, three. One, two, three, four. I'm going to say a sentence, see if it's clicking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going on Stash's mic. How's it sound? Does it sound okay?
Sounds good to me.
Good. Sounds good to me too. 1, 2, 3, 4.
If we could get people back, got a few more proposals to take up. Several pages, as I see it. Okay, I call the meeting back to order. We're on proposal 110, I believe.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 110, reauthorize the antlerless moose seasons in Unit 20 Echo.
Second.
110's been moved and seconded. Department?
Proposal 110 was submitted by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. It would reauthorize the 20E antlerless moose seasons. Having submitted it, the department supports this proposal, and the Upper Tanana 40 Mile Advisory Committee supported it unanimously. Antlerless hunts were adopted for 20E in order to provide additional harvest opportunity pursuant of management objectives, and to provide a flexible population management tool. Currently, there are no active antlerless hunts in 20E. In order to initiate one, we would utilize a proposed decision framework incorporating population trends, population density, and nutritional status to determine activity. In order to remain in regulation, antlerless hunts must be reauthorized on an annual basis. As a quick note, the IM harvest objective for 20E is 250 to 500 moose, and the subsistence use objective, or ANS, is 50 to 75. To inform management decisions, we conduct consistent surveys within 20E. The Taylor Corridor survey area, depicted in this map, has been surveyed 9 times in the past 10 years. It's approximately 1,820 square miles, which is about 65% of the hunt area. So the survey results from the TCSA depict the best approximation of moose dynamics in the hunt area that we have available. So, as Jeff stated, the TCSA is a focal point of hunting pressure within Unit 20E by virtue of its accessibility and its location within the core range of moose habitat in 20E. This graph depicts estimated population means within the survey area with 90% confidence intervals. The TCSA is used as an index of the 20E moose population, having been monitored regularly over the past decade, and partially surveyed for the last 20 years. Across 20E, we have seen about a 35% decline in the moose population over the past 3 years. However, the TCSA has seen gentler declines in recent years. Another quick note, the unit-wide IM population objective for 20E is 8,000 to 10,000 moose, which won't be directly relevant to this. Within the Taylor Corridor survey area, bull-to-cow ratios have remained high. Estimates have remained within range of the minimum management objective of 25 bulls per 100 cows, denoted by the red band, for the past 10 years, with an average of just under 33 bulls per 100 cows. This graph depicts demographic estimates from the Taylor Corridor survey surveys. It should be noted that differentials in sex ratios across the years are primarily influenced by cow abundance, as Jeff also previously stated. As cows and calves are disproportionately impacted by high snow years, higher ratios in recent years are likely the byproduct of survival differentials between demographic classes. Lower ratios in the late 2010s correspond with a higher number of cows documented during surveys rather than a decline in bulls. Density estimates are similar to those of the mid-2010s at present, and again, while not directly pertinent to 20E management objectives, moose densities have a substantive impact on hunter satisfaction and intra-species social and population dynamics, effectively constituting a practical application or visualization of changes in population size. Population contraction may coincide with the end of wolf control and subsequent recovery of wolf populations, recent harsh winters, and other factors. Habitat quality per browse survey is still good, with non-significant increases in offtake. However, the burn in this area did occur in 2004, and so is aging and will likely begin to decline in quality. Harvest in the Taylor Corridor survey area has decreased over the past decade. The above graphic illustrates harvest under harvest tickets, registration permits, and drawing permits. The IM objectives for 20E are a minimum of 250 animals harvested, denoted by the red band. And a brief note on twinning. Within 20E, twinning rates remain high, with a trigger point set at equal to or greater than 20%. Jeff addressed this briefly. Where rates of below 20% are presumed to be associated with nutritional stress, we use this as an index of nutritional status. Based on the previously mentioned statistics, the moose population within the Taylor Corridor Survey area has met bull-to-cow ratio management objectives and twinning rates, and at present there is no intention to offer antlerless hunts in the immediate future. In closing, given current population trends, bull-to-cow ratios, and healthy nutritional indices, the department does not plan to enact antlerless hunts during the RY24 season, but would like to retain the hunts as a proactive tool to address management issues as they develop. With a decline in counts, antlerless hunts are unlikely to occur in the near future. However, without reauthorization, expedient responses to future population changes may be substantially hindered. To reiterate, as a management tool, antlerless hunts provide additional opportunity for population adjustment and habitat protection, and they can help us to achieve IM harvest objectives without reducing bull-to-cow ratios below management objectives. Proposal 110 was submitted by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game with the effect of reauthorizing the antlerless moose season in Unit 20E. The department submitted and supports this proposal.
Thank you. Board members. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eden. That was a good presentation. That's the first one.
Yes, sir.
Fabulous job. On page 63, I was curious on why your confidence intervals for bulls is much greater than it is for cows on estimating the bull cows population.
Pardon me, or through the chair, Member Barrett. Would you mind restating that the upper line, the blue line, denotes cows and...
Oh, I couldn't tell the colors, I guess.
Yep. And so that's just by virtue of the sample size and other factors impacting the error of our estimate. So, yeah, they are more substantial, but also the estimates for the bull population are much lower.
Just one other question on page 65, where the harvest has been decreasing. It seems like you have a pretty good bull-cow ratio. I know your population is down some, but why is that harvest that harvest dropping the way it is?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. That's a really good question. We've seen pretty consistent participation in this hunt. Again, there may be a few things impacting this. We have seen a 35% decline in the moose population. And while the bull demographic strata hasn't diminished as greatly as the cows, there is lower abundance on the landscape. We went from about 1.4 moose per square mile at the peak to about 1.9 in the Taylor Corridor Survey area. So there's just lower densities. And like I mentioned, densities do impact hunter satisfaction and the ability to successfully harvest.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Additional board questions, discussion, intent? I intend to support this. I understand that you're not going to be, it's highly unlikely that there would be an antlerless hunt this year, but this is a in-cycle presentation, so next year we'll have less, we won't be looking at this as hard, and so I think leaving you with the tools is a good idea. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'd go back and look at, on several of your slides, on year 2015, you have lower numbers of both bulls and cows, and then lower density per square mile in 15, but all of a sudden, when you get to slide 65, it's one of the highest harvests of all the years. You know why that is? It just seems like it should be lower also.
So in the population in 2015 is approximately similar to where we are now. But that did occur prior to my time, so I'm not certain if there are any social dynamics that I'm unaware of that may have influenced participation. If I may refer this question to Jeff.
Yeah, through the chair. Actually, I can't really, without actually going back and looking at things a little bit more, I can't really speak to that very well. There's definitely annual variation though in our surveys. If you look at the, sort of dip in 2015, it may be artificial or it may be due to variation. And the other thing is there's definitely annual effects. You get a good cold September, early September, and success rate just goes up. But it wasn't necessarily an anomaly looking at the overall harvest there. It just kind of was an oddity, I think.
Oh, okay, thank you. It just seemed like everything, 2015 was the same as now, and that harvest was, like 60, 70 bulls higher, so, thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you. Aiden, I was curious, could you remind us what ACs are authorized to vote on their antlerless reauthorizations for 20E?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, it's every AC in Unit 20.
Oh, every AC in Unit 20.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal. The majority of ACs that voted on reauthorization for 20E were in support of it, so I will support it also.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Tim.
Yes, I will be supporting it also. It's a good tool to have in your toolbox, even though you don't plan on doing any antlerless hunts in the near future. It's still something that might come up, and it'll be there for at least the next cycle anyway. And had really good numbers and good information, so I will support that.
Thank you. Any additional comments or discussion? If not, I think we're ready for the question on this one.
Call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board should know concerns from public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 110. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 111, add an archery-only 5-day season for residents and non-residents in Unit 12.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department.
Proposal 111 was submitted by the public. It would add an archery-only 5-day moose season in Unit 12. The department is neutral on this proposal, and the Upper Tanana 40-mile AC opposes it. For Game Management Unit 12, the IM population objective has been set at 4,000 to 6,000 moose, with an IM harvest objective of 250 to 450. There is a positive, customary, and traditional finding for Unit 12, with an amount necessary for subsistence of 60 to 70. And estimates of population size in Unit 12 are based on the summation of estimates from our northwestern, southeastern, Nabesna, and Shoshana survey areas, combined with mean harvest over a 4-year period. The majority of our most recent surveys within Unit 12, 2022 for the northwestern, 2019 for the southeastern, 2016 for the Toke River, and 2014 for the Shoshana, mostly predate the recent series of harsh winters that we have experienced. And the survey data from our 2023 Nabesna survey is currently being processed by the Glen Allen office. Therefore, an accurate population estimate is likely unrealistic, and an estimated harvestable surplus would be academic. However, the most recent Northwestern survey, for which we do have data and which fell in the period of extreme winters, saw the population estimate diminish by about 24% from 2017, with stable bull-to-cow ratios at above management objectives, stable yearling bull-to-cow ratios, and approximately a 50% decline in calf-to-cow ratios. I will be addressing trends in harvest shortly, not to worry. And given the continuation of harsh winters and given anecdotal reports of sustained moderate to heavy snowfalls within parts of Unit 12, it's likely that the population has not recovered to the size seen prior to the recent heavy snow years. The Unit 12 remainder, the red zone within the map, falls in the northern portion of Game Management Unit 12, denoted by the blue area and the red area combined. Currently, general season dates run from August 24th through August 28th and the 8th of September through the 17th. A federal season does exist within the area running from August 20 to September 20. The proposed regulation change would extend the moose season in Unit 12 through the 22nd of September, with the last 5 days of the season being subject to methods and means restrictions. We've seen a general pattern of decline in harvest on a unit-wide level. Moose harvest from 2014 to 2023 has been below minimum IM objectives, and residents make up the bulk of the harvest. This pattern is mirrored in the Unit 12 remainder, so moving on to the specific area impacted by this proposal. This may be informed by population size, however, though Unit 12 moose IM population objectives were achieved during RY15 through RY19 with a unit population estimate of about 6,540. Again, no reliable current info on population size is available. This graphic depicts the chronology of moose harvest in Unit 12 between 2013 and 2023. The majority of harvest takes place during the September season, with very little occurring during the August portion of the hunt. And this familiar graphic depicts trends in take. As evidenced by the small archery contributions, there is likely extremely low archery hunting pressures in Unit 12. We currently have no rigorous way of quantifying or comparing success rates between firearm and bow hunters. Germane to this proposal is the trend that later season hunting opportunities can confer an advantage to hunters, given that bull moose are more susceptible to harvest during the rut. Again, the Unit 12 remainder reflects trends in the unit as a whole, with extremely low archery harvest. The majority of archery pressure occurs during the September season as well, though it is still a very minor source of harvest. And the department has no biological concerns associated with a longer season because any additional harvest is expected to be minimal due to the decreased success rates associated with archery equipment. The department is generally supportive of additional harvest opportunities within Unit 12, so long as no biological concerns exist. Therefore, the department is supportive of increased opportunity, but neutral on the allocative nature of this proposal.
Thank you. Questions from board members, or Dave?
Thank you. Have you gotten any complaints or concerns from archers during the regular gun season or the regular open season where you can do both with either overcrowding or conflicts to any extent at all?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I personally have not received any feedback to that effect. However, being relatively new to the position, I'm not necessarily familiar with long-term trends. If I could refer this question to Jeff.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not really aware of any. I don't recall ever being fielding a comment about that.
Thank you. Discussion, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the department travel to various communities to do bow hunter certification, or do you have to travel to a bow hunter cert spot?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, Member Fletcher. There's a little bit of both, but we have an extensive offering of archery bow hunter education. For some of the smaller communities, they may have to come in, but many communities hold those.
Thanks.
Additional discussion, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aiden, do you have, has the federal side shared their federal harvest on the permits they issue in Unit 12? The amount of harvest?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, they've been relatively cooperative. I don't have the data at present. Relative contributions tend to be moderate. General season hunts tend to pull in heavier harvest based on the data that I've seen. However, I can refer this question to Jeff. I apologize for more context.
Through the chair, I just, speaking off the top of my head, you know, really the only period that there's additional federal harvest is those last few days of the season. It's pretty minor, probably less than half a dozen a year, probably more like one or two. It's pretty low. They have to get away from the highway for the most part, and it's not a super easy hunt, so.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Dave?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you know, in my experience with those last 5 days of the season, especially as you get towards the end of September, that's when the moose are most vulnerable as far as being, reacting to calls and that type of thing. And good archers, you know, will take advantage of that also. I think that there may be a little bit more take than what you're thinking, depending on how many archery hunters actually go in the field to do that. But that's the prime time for everybody, you know, and it's, I think archers will be very successful during those last 5 days. So I just wonder if you have any thoughts on that, or?
Through the chair to Member Loring. Yes, we've looked at that. Again, the department's official stance is that we don't have any biological concerns. We would expect to see increased harvest if the season is extended, of course. However, given the constraints of archery equipment and given the hunting pressures and some of the limitations that Jeff mentioned previously in Unit 12 regarding access, we don't anticipate that harvest will be excessive.
Thank you. Slash, you have a comment?
Oh, not really. I can put my intent, if you'd like. I won't, I'm not in support of this. You know, the archers have, they can participate in the general season, and I don't see why they, and I do have concern about this late season hunt as well. So I won't be supporting this.
Okay, any additional discussion from board members, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't be in support of this proposal either. Archers are already participating in this hunt, and I'm not so much concerned with the additional days, but we do have the season and they are participating, so they're just wanting more participation or more opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be supporting this either. Staff says that they don't have any or very few crowding complaints or contacts that are adverse with gun hunters, and I think they have enough opportunity during the regular season.
And I would note on the record that the area, the ACs in the area are all opposed to it, as well as landowners in the area. So I think not inclined to support it either. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 111.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 111. Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Bratt?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 112, limit non-resident hunting of the 40-mile caribou herd.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 112 was submitted by the public. The proposal would limit non-resident 40-mile caribou hunters to hunting in Zone 2 only under the fall registration permit hunt RC 860, but only until the 40-mile herd, the intent with the proposer is only until the 40-mile herd is within the IM population objective. The department is neutral on the allocation of hunting opportunity to residents. However, no conservation concerns are addressed or created by this proposal, and the department does not have conservation concerns with the current hunt management structure. The votes from the local ACs are split, with the Upper Tanana and Eagle ACs opposed, and the Delta AC and Fairbanks AC in support of this proposal. Since 2001, harvest of the 40-mile herd has been guided by the publicly developed 40-mile herd harvest management plan that was developed by an international planning team. Recommendations in the plan have been previously endorsed by the board and are used by the department to help guide harvest management of the herd. Recommendations to provide non-resident hunter opportunity during fall hunts only have been recommended in these harvest plans. However, there are no zone-specific recommendations for non-resident opportunity written into the plans. The 40-mile hunt area encompasses portions of Units 20 and 25, including Unit 20, 20B, 20D, 20E, 20F, and 25C. The hunt area is divided into 4 zones. Zones 1 and 4 are in the northwest portion of the hunt area, highlighted, or well, I guess they're numbered. They're with big white numbers. And they are accessible from the Steese Highway and Chena Hot Springs roads out of Fairbanks, while Zone 3 is accessible from the Taylor Highway near Tok, or just north of Tok. Most of the 40-mile caribou hunt effort occurs within these 3 road-accessible zones. Zone 2 is a more remote zone that is primarily accessible by airplane or boat and sees less hunting pressure than the road-accessible zones. Reduced numbers of Nelchina and 40-mile caribou herd caribou and the resulting reductions of caribou harvest quotas and hunting opportunity for residents and the potential for increased pressure on the 40-mile herd by all hunters due to these reductions are the issue identified by the proposer that Proposal 112 is intended to address. Currently, caribou hunting for the 40-mile herd is managed primarily under a fall and winter registration hunt, but non-residents are only allowed to hunt during the fall hunt. Under current regulations, non-residents are allowed to hunt in all 4 hunt zones during the fall hunt. Seasons and bag limits are the same for all zones unless changed by emergency order. The proposal wishes to restrict non-resident hunters to hunting in the more remote Zone 2 only to provide additional harvest opportunity for residents in the road accessible zones, Zones 1, 3, and 4, while retaining some opportunity for non-resident hunters to hunt. The proposer recommends implementing this restriction on non-residents until the 40-mile herd reaches the intensive management population objective. There is a positive C&T finding for the 40-mile herd in Units 12, 20D, 20E, and 25C with an ANS of 350 to 400 caribou. The portions of the hunt area within Unit 20B, which encompasses about 50% of Hunt Zone 1, are within the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. The herd has also been identified by the board as being important for providing high levels of harvest for human consumptive use and has an intensive management population objective of 50 to 100,000 and a harvest objective of 1,000 to 15,000. As discussed in my area overview, the 40-mile herd size has experienced a decline and is currently below the intensive management population objective at about 34,000 And nutritional indices indicate the herd remains in reduced nutritional status. However, harvest has remained within the eye objectives with a 2023 annual harvest quota of 1,000. Since the fall RC 860 registration hunt was first established in 2004, trends in total hunters and harvests remained relatively stable and closely tracked the hunt quota. During 2018 to 2021, harvest quotas were increased as the herd reached its peak population size in 2017, and hunting regulations were liberalized to allow for additional harvest opportunity in 2018 and 2019, and as a strategy to reduce the herd to a more sustainable level in 2020 and 2021. Resident and non-resident hunter numbers and harvests increased during 2018 to 2023, but participation by non-resident hunters have remained above levels observed prior to 2018, while the resident hunter numbers have decreased to levels similar to those observed prior to 2018. I will focus on the years of 2018 to 2023 for this presentation to discuss the recent changes in non-resident participation in harvest. Historically, non-resident hunters have made up a relatively small portion of the 40-mile caribou hunters compared to residents. However, the percentage of non-resident hunters relative to resident hunters did increase following the fall 2020 and 2021 seasons. Large numbers of hunters participated in the 2020 and 21 hunts, including nearly twice as many non-resident hunters than in previous years. Non-residents made up 16% of the hunters hunting in the fall registration hunt RC 860 during 2022 and 2023. In addition, non-residents have harvested a higher percentage of the overall fall 40-mile harvest in recent years, with 26% and 22% of the fall harvest taken by non-residents in fall 2022 and 2023 respectively. It's hard to know if non-resident hunter numbers and harvest will remain near current levels or decline with reduced 40-mile caribou herd harvest quotas in upcoming years. But with reduced caribou harvest opportunity for residents and non-residents in other parts of the state, demand for 40-mile caribou hunting opportunity by all hunters may remain elevated in upcoming years. Historically, non-resident hunting effort was relatively equal between the road accessible zones and the more remote zone 2 that non-residents generally access by aircraft charter. While non-resident effort has remained relatively stable in zone 2 in recent years, numbers of non-resident hunters hunting the road accessible zones 1, 3, and 4 have increased in conjunction with the following years of higher quotas and more liberal bag limits during 2018 through 2021. Although total numbers of non-resident hunters have declined in the road accessible zones since their peak in 2021, they remained above levels observed in these zones prior to 2019. Likewise, non-resident harvest up to 2019 was higher in Zone 2 than in all road accessible zones combined. However, with increasing hunter participation, the majority of non-resident harvest has occurred in the road accessible zones since 2020. Proposal 112 was submitted by the public. The department is neutral on the allocation of hunting opportunity to residents. No conservation concerns are addressed or created by this proposal. The department does not have a conservation concern with the current hunt management structure.
Board members. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your non-resident hunting, caribou is not a guide required species. But do you have any information, since they have a registration permit, that you were able to gather on how many of them use guides and how many did not?
Through the chair, I don't have that specific information, but there's actually been historically, very few guided non-resident hunters. There are, historically, the majority of the non-resident hunters flew out with transporters. But the percentage of non-residents hunting on their own without a transporter or guide, there's definitely been an increase since those high years, 2020, 2021.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have any idea of participation from like our servicemen and women up here in this particular hunt?
Through the chair, I do have a couple of slides I can share on that. Through the chair, I'll kind of step through these. I don't have much for notes, but of the non-resident hunters reporting hunting during 2018 through 2023, between 20 and 37% were non-resident military. And you can kind of see that peak there in 2020. And of the non-resident harvest reporting during 2018 to 2021, or 23, between 11 and 25% were harvested by non-residents. Again, you can see that peak in those big hunt years, 2020 to 2021, but then it dropped off again, so.
Ruth?
I know of a few nonprofit programs. Fallen Outdoors have sponsored some road system hunts where they provided, you know, the gear and all that for some veterans to go hunting along the road system for caribou.
Thank you. Dave? You have your mic on? Okay, additional discussion. I'm kind of torn on this one. You know, it's clear that the non-resident military hunters have gone up significantly on the road system here during those years and in recent years. And I would not want to limit them necessarily from this hunt. And this, you know, Zone 2 it's been the historical non-resident hunting area, you know, for people who are coming up, transporters. But I really wonder how many people, the non-residents, do you know how many of these might be second degree of kindred? They're up here with their relatives and they go out hunting with them. Do we have any information about that on the road system hunters?
Through the chair, of course, you don't need a guide for caribou, so we could go back and try to look at the data, but it'd be hard to see how many non-resident hunters are coming up and hunting with family.
Yeah, that's the other one that I'm, you know, if it's the military and family members that are hunting, I hate to restrict them from the road system hunts, but go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, to the department. Do you have any concerns about if we implement this, that you'll end up with some crowding issues in Zone 2?
Through the chair, of course, it's speculation, but I don't think so. These seem like a very different demographic. Folks driving up from the lower 48 with ATVs, or I think it's primarily what's going on. But I really don't have any specific information to answer that, but I don't think so. It's fairly expensive to fly in, so.
Go ahead. Any additional discussion, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you refresh our memories or on the license structure for non-resident military, maybe you or Ryan can help us with that on how they differentiate between a regular non-resident person?
Yeah, I'll definitely defer to Natalie or. Thanks.
Through the chair, Member Loring, we're calling in the expert.
Through the chair, Member Loring, could you repeat the question, please?
As I recall, there was some type of a license differentiation between a non-resident military and a regular non-resident as far as a different class or different cost. Am I missing something, or?
Through the chair, there is currently a provision, which is likely not the one you're asking about, that allows non-resident military members to obtain a license at the same cost of a resident. But before then, there was a separate license for non-residents hunting on military land. And I'm wondering if that's the one that you're remembering. But those are the only two instances that come to mind.
What I was getting at is, if there was a difference, then we can designate, in the field for protection or somebody else, that a non-resident is military based on his license, and that they might be exempt from the Zone 2 issue we're talking about right now.
A little bit of follow-up on that. So I believe you heard Jeff talk about the non-residents who come up and do participate in this, and that's obviously a concern. It gets extremely complicated, and we do not currently have a way to differentiate permit issuance based on hunting license numbers. So the hunting license number that a non-resident military person gets could be sequentially exactly the same as Member Cooney's or Christie's, so we don't differentiate that way. Our system is not set up to do that either, so that would require a pretty major overhaul of our system if we were to have to start looking at it that way.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I just wanted to point you to the actual statute if you wanted to look at it. AS 16.05.341 addresses the licenses, free licenses for military.
Okay, additional discussion on this, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, they just displayed that 40-mile caribou herd is declining, but the department doesn't have any concerns at this time, and I haven't really heard an overwhelming public cry about non-residents being a problem. So at this time, I'm probably not going to support this.
Okay, any additional discussion on this, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm not going to tend to support this proposal either. I think, the word kind of slows down once to get outside to non-residents, that it's not as popular as it was. And prior to where we had to harvest high amounts of caribou, there was just a normal Zone 2 participation by non-residents. And there was some participation outside those two. But I think, with these low quotas that we have and the health of the caribou that's creating, it's not the hunting that's creating the decline, it's the health of the herd creating the decline. I don't think we should impose forcing all non-residents and potentially our military folks that have moved up here, an opportunity to harvest caribou at a lower expense.
Okay, thank you. And I'm with you on this, Al, but, I think it's something we want to look at it again in 3 years. If the herd is down and the nutritional stresses aren't no longer there, as if it's still down there, then we may have to look at restricting resident take. But I don't think at this time, based on the information you've given us about the herd and its situation, that I'm willing to vote for this. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. I am concerned about the ability for the non-resident military. There are a lot of our younger men that are pretty active hunters most of the time, and I wouldn't want to exclude them from participating in this hunt where we have no way to differentiate that group from regular non-residents, so I'm not as concerned about the second degree of kindred folks, but the military I definitely am, so I'll probably not be supporting it either.
Okay, thank you, Al.
I'll just add one more thing that, we are meeting our amount necessary for subsistence also, so we have some wiggle room there.
Okay. Q, are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 112.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 112. Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Cooney,
No.
Mr. Brett,
No.
Mr. Loring,
No.
Ms. Cusack.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 113, close caribou hunting within a quarter mile or 100 yards of the Steese Highway above tree line on Eagle and 12 Mile Summits in Unit 20.
Second.
Been moved and seconded from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 113 was submitted by the public. The intent of this proposal is to establish a no hunting corridor along the Steese Highway in the area above tree line on Eagle and 12 Mile Summits in Units 20B and 25C. The proposer would like a quarter-mile corridor, but provides an alternative 100-yard corridor if the board is not willing to adopt the quarter-mile corridor. The purpose of the corridor is to address safety concerns and reduce the likelihood of harvest quotas being exceeded. In a written comment submitted to the board by the proposer, they did clarify that this proposal was intended to apply only to caribou. Hunting for all other game species would be unaffected by this proposal. In addition, the proposer clarified that although they primarily want to this no-hunt corridor implemented during the fall RC 860 caribou hunt, if the board was willing, the proposer would like to have it implemented during the winter RC 867 40-mile registration caribou hunt as well. The department is neutral on this proposal as it seeks to address allocation and safety issues. The area ACs were again split. The Upper Town 40-mile did support it, but the other three local ACs that did vote on it were all opposed, the Delta, Fairbanks, and Eagle ACs. There's a positive CNT finding for 40-mile caribou in units 12, 20D, 20E, and 25C with an ANS of 350 to 400 caribou. The portions of the hunt area within Unit 20B, which encompasses about 50% of Zone 1, are within the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. Again, the herd has been identified by the board as important for providing high levels of harvest and human consumptive use, and has an intensive management population objective of 50 to 100,000 and harvest objective of 1,000 to 15,000. As discussed in my area overview and in the last proposal, the herd has declined in recent years. Harvest has remained, however, harvest has remained within the 2000 or the IM objective with a 2023 annual harvest quota of 1,000 caribou. Harvest quotas for the 40-mile herd registration hunts are expected to remain at or below 1,000 caribou for the foreseeable future until herd nutrition improves and herd size begins to rebound. Recommendations in the 40-mile caribou herd harvest management plan for managing situations where large numbers of caribou congregate near or across roads, such as the Steese Highway, include delayed hunt openers, targeted hunts, and temporary openings or closings in road corridors or specified drainages. The department has successfully used delayed hunt openings and hunt closures to maintain harvest within or close to the annual quota as outlined in the harvest plan. The issue statement by the proposer says that since 2020 fall caribou hunt, since the 2020 fall caribou hunt, Interest and participation along the Steese Highway has remained high. During the fall hunt, the roadway and immediate adjacent land is heavily used for ATV travel and camping, and public safety is threatened when hunting is also permitted in the same vicinity. In recent decades, department staff and enforcement personnel have made similar observations described by the proposer, including hunters driving ATVs on highways to position themselves to harvest caribou close to the road, hunters stepping out of vehicles and shooting into groups of caribou from the edge of the highway, and hunters shooting parallel to the road at caribou in ditches along the road, occasionally shooting in the direction of other hunters camped along the road. And a couple of these photographs kind of show these two areas. So the top one's 12 Mile Summit in 2020. And the bottom one is one of the pullouts up near Eagle Summit. But there's a number of pullouts that look similar to that. This map shows the approximate locations of where the proposed no hunt corridors, highlighted in yellow, hopefully you can see that, are located along the Steese Highway northeast of Fairbanks. The map also shows the location of the Fairbanks non-subsistence area, which is highlighted in blue. The proposer offered two options for a no hunt corridor. The first calls for a half-mile wide corridor extending a quarter mile from each side of the highway along these portions of the Steese Highway above tree line on Eagle and 12 Mile Summits. The second option calls for a corridor extending 100 yards from each side of the Steese Highway along the portions above tree line in these same areas. The 12 Mile Summit corridor would extend for approximately 2 miles from near mile 84.5 to 86.5, beginning and ending at approximately 3,000 feet of elevation. The part of this corridor is within the Fairbanks non-subsistence area, which again is highlighted in blue on this map. The Eagle Summit corridor would extend for approximately 7 miles from near mile 104 to mile 111, beginning and ending at, again, approximately 3,000 feet of elevation. This corridor is in Unit 25C and is outside the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. These maps show the approximate locations of the no-hunt corridors, but if this proposal is adopted by the board, the department would plan to identify the nearest mileposts to the beginning and end of each corridor to better define this location for hunters and enforcement personnel. Use of no-hunt corridors have been tried in the past along major roadways during caribou hunt openers. Examples include in the mid-1990s, 600-foot wide no-hunt corridor in a mostly tree-covered area along the Alaska Highway in Unit 12 was established during a Nelchina registration winter hunt. And hunt managers and enforcement personnel reported hunters illegally shooting from the highway toward hunters legally hunting outside the corridor. There were numerous violations for caribou illegally harvested within the corridor and numerous animals shot but not recovered. The corridor was not used in subsequent years because many hunters did not comply with the corridor restrictions. And it difficult to enforce and create an unsafe situation. In 2001, a 2-mile wide corridor was established along the Steese Highway during a 40-mile registration hunt with similar results. Again, the corridor was not used in subsequent years. However, beginning in 2017, a smaller no-hunt corridor extending only 100 feet from each side of the Taylor Highway was established to address similar issues identified by the proposer. This corridor did not result in the number of violations or safety issues experienced with previous wider corridors, likely because it was easier for the hunters to determine when they were outside the corridor. And that corridor primarily, that corridor only extended for a portion of the Taylor Highway as well. A few areas that were tended to be, the public felt were problem areas. If the board chooses to implement this no hunt corridor, the department recommends using the proposed 100-yard option or considering the same restriction used on the Taylor Highway of 100-foot from either side of the road. If the department, or if the board adopts this proposal, the department recommends amending it to clarify that the area is only closed to the take of caribou, not all species. And although this proposal only mentions the fall hunt in the original proposal, again, in a written clarification, the proposer asks the board to consider implementing this during the winter hunt as well. If adopted by the board, the department can implement this restriction as a registration permit hunt condition using department discretionary permit authority, as we do with the Taylor Highway no hunt corridor. Also, because the no hunt corridor would permanently close a part of the hunt area, this proposal would result in the reduction of 40-mile herd caribou hunting opportunity. Therefore, the board may wish to consider whether implementing the restriction outlined in this proposal would continue to provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses. Again, proposal 113 was submitted by the public. The department is neutral on this proposal as it seeks to address allocation and safety issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Board questions or comments? I see that you did address the public safety concern, the Department of Public Safety's concern about the mile markers rather than using the tree line as a, the tree lines can actually move, as I understand it, over a period of years. But any discussion from board members? Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I do agree that mile markers are the way to go. Tree line is too ambiguous. It's a one tree or a whole bunch of trees. I have a question for public safety. If we do go with 100 foot of the road, where are you going to measure that from, the edge or the center, or, and then how much leeway are you going to give? Every case is different. If 95 feet, or as far as tie goes to the hunter.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, good questions. I can't speak directly to officer discretion in the field because that's going to be individualized. Typically, if there's a foot or mileage or quarter mile, whatever boundary from the road, we're measuring from the edge of the drivable surface. It's kind of a universal standpoint. And if the argument comes down to a foot or two of, well, that patch of gravel sticks out a foot or so, then as stated, that's where discretion comes in.
James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For public safety, just one more question. Can you speak to any violations, perhaps even in that area in the last, I don't even know, 1, 2, 3 years where you are seeing those type of violations? I mean, the proposer speaks to, this being a safety issue, trying to prevent accidental shootings, and I'm just curious if you've had anything like that that's been brought to your attention in the last 2, 3 years. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Coney. Through my quick record search here, and again, what we're talking about is documentation of something that could happen, but so not really well documented. Obviously, we hear anecdotally and direct reports from folks who are concerned. I have experience on the Taylor Highway myself, working in years past, and saw a lot of the issues there as well, and shared those concerns at the time. But they were concerns that were, essentially that something bad could happen. And while I think it's important, certainly in my line of work, to try to mitigate that, it's virtually impossible to completely mitigate that risk. And there are other steps people can take that we obviously encourage through hunter safety classes, like wearing hunter orange, just following basic hunting ethic rules of knowing what your target is, what's beyond it, and all of that. So, those things are taken into account as well. But I don't have any records of any specific incidents or cases that we've had, either the Taylor Highway side of the herd or the Steese Highway, where we've actually taken enforcement action or criminal charges against somebody for something of this realm.
Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jeff. Have you looked at, you gave us some spatial reference on the quarter mile and the 100-yard, but you didn't reference how close that is, or would it even encompass the federal lands that are very close to that highway right there? And potentially, eliminate state land for opportunity for state residents that are non-federally qualified.
Through the chair, I don't think even the one that extends a quarter mile, maybe it would hit a little bit of the Pinnell Mountain, BLM land, maybe. I'm not sure it will, though.
But it's gonna take a majority of state land away.
It would take an amount of state land away between 100 foot and a quarter mile, depending on the board's actions, correct? And that's all state land. It would be all state land, pretty much.
Dave?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, the proposer's asking for 100 yards or a quarter mile. In your presentation in the 2017 Taylor Highway, you have 100 feet. Are you comfortable with the 100 feet? Or do you like the 100 yards is quite a bit further, 3 times as far? And of course, a quarter mile is probably a little bit further out than that, so based on kind of what Member Brett was saying about losing federal or state land.
Through the chair, so the 100-foot corridor was actually, it was kind of compromised with some of the ACs at the time. And the thinking was that the main problem was people literally taking a step off the highway and shooting down the highway or going into the ditch. And, if you force them to run even 100 feet off the highway, the feeling was it would accomplish the goal. In addition, it seems like from an enforcement standpoint and a hunter trying to figure out if he's outside of the corridor, 100 foot is a lot easier to figure out than 100 yards or quarter mile. So, yeah, I think it would meet the intent of the proposal, but again, the department is neutral on this. Thanks.
Additional board discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not gonna support this proposal. It's a lot of what-ifs and a lot of anecdotal information. It would close it just for caribou. You'd still be able to harvest, you'd still be shooting, off the drivable surface for black bears and wolves and, other small game that's open. Well, small game opens on 10th August, usually, I think, up there. You're just making the road wider is basically what we're doing. And there's just a very little stretch of state land there that people have that opportunity to. And potentially sometime in the future, with the way the Federal Subsistence Board has been going, non-qualified people would even lose that, because that corridor would take up quite a portion of that little sliver of land that's still state.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. To the department, on my read on this, even both sides, supporters and opposers, most of them all agreed that there's a safety issue, and some of the people who were opposed for it said, yeah, there's a safety problem, but we don't want to do it this way. But was there any dialogue of any other options? I haven't seen anything else we could do to kind of make it a little safer.
Through the chair, it's, so there were, I think, 4 different iterations of the harvest management plan since I've been here. And it was always a point of discussion, and what they kept coming to each time up until 2017, when that one corridor on the Taylor was established, was for area closures, delayed openers, or geographically defined areas, temporarily closing them, but not like permanently closing year after year. So there really wasn't. There has not been support for other options. Obviously, going to draw hunts, there's a lot of things that could happen, but as far as what's been supported, nothing else has floated to the surface.
Go ahead, Brett, Captain.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this issue is kind of primarily centered around a public safety or safety issue, I thought I could add a couple more thoughts. You know, our department has always obviously worked really closely with Fish and Game, and on this issue in particular, I know both on the Steese and the Taylor, the department has done a fantastic job of exercising their discretionary authority with permit conditions, openings and closures, based on where the herd location is. And I think I can confidently say to great effect. I can think of several instances where we've had discussions, our personnel have had discussions about masses of the herd on or near places like the Steese Highway and the concerns for public safety and taking exactly the actions that Jeff mentioned of delayed openings. And that seemed to have done a really good job from our perspective. The other thing I'd throw out too is that, you know, when we start adding in these hard closures, one thing to consider if the board did want to go that route is, you know, when we speak to a 100-foot closure, that's the intent there is going to be for, like I think one of the members said, to essentially run a distance off the road. There's not a lot of expectation somebody's going to really measure that out. When you're talking a quarter mile, a mile, now the expectation is somebody's going to pull out a GPS. They're going to actually take a measurement. That's not going to be that's going to be a proactive stance, not necessarily reactive. Whereas I think that it seems the intent of this is just to force people to get further off the road, which is a reactive thing. They've already seen an animal that they intend to harvest. I don't think anybody's expectation would be that at that point somebody's pulling out a GPS as they sprint into the tundra.
Thank you, and just to be clear, the department retains its discretionary authority with these permits to take actions required for this, and regardless of our actions here, they will still have that discretionary authority, so I'm inclined to go with Member Barrett and not support this and rely on the good sense of the people in the department and the Department of Public Safety to work through this and make it as safe as possible. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see the department did use their discretionary authority in some of the earlier closures, and when it didn't work, they took it off. And I'd like to see that continue with this one here and give it a year or two and see how it's being responded to by the public, whether there's still violations. We're never going to stop all the, you know, shooting across the highway, even if you're 100 feet off, the caribou might be running that direction. You still might end up causing a safety issue, but at least it's a start. And I'm going to oppose this and put it back in the department for their discretionary authority with the permits.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to vote on that? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we talk a lot about like the honesty of sportsmen, and, you know, I'm not so sure like a 100-foot buffer, if it's going to be in the best interest for public safety is a crazy ask. I know it might be difficult to enforce, but as a state, how big it is, how little law enforcement is, we rely heavily on honesty of sportsmen. So I'm going to probably support this.
Okay, Ruth?
In all honesty, I like the 100-foot idea, the 100-foot, so I could support it if it was 100-foot.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just put one more thing on the record. Anecdotally, I watched a trooper blotter, and to date, I don't think there's been any firearm accidents on the Steese Highway. Yet there's multiple firearms accidents, you know, off the road system annually.
Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you to the department. If we do go back to your discretionary permit authority, are you considering doing some type of a buffer? Is that what your intent would be?
I'll defer to Ryan on that. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring. You know, we haven't overly discussed it. This puts us in a very odd place, but we'll take it up and we'll consider it. You know, and talk to the troopers as well. I did have a question for AWT. Do you have discretionary authority to implement road closures or, buffer zones?
Director Scott, through the chair. No, and I guess I would clarify when I mentioned discretionary authority, it wasn't necessarily to close a corridor. It was essentially to delay opening of the hunt itself.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay,
I'm very
Commissioner.
nervous about using discretionary authority to establish road closures, buffers around road closures. I think then it gets into, is it 100 feet or is it 100 yards? Is it quarter mile? That becomes very discretionary in who's hunting where on the landscape. I think that's your guys' call, not ours.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to proposal 113. And my amendment would be for 85025 to close caribou hunting within 100 feet of the Stees Highway. And then take out the above tree line and then add the milepost markers designated by the department to define the actual area that's going to be, the corridors involves, to include the areas around 12 Mile Summit and the Eagle Summit in Unit 20.
Second.
Go ahead. You got a second? Go ahead, Al.
Yes, Member Loring, do you want to add that it's for caribou only?
If my second agrees with that, for caribou only, yes.
Okay. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not terribly familiar with this particular area. Personally, if I woke up and looked outside and saw that was that crowd, I'd take down my tent and go home. But some people here are, and is this pretty comfortable with that, the mile markers and the buffer zone? Is that kind of the spot that people are talking about? I'm not really just familiar with the road.
I'm a member of the 40 Mile Caribou Hunt Facebook group, and, other than the recommendation that you purchase an armored personnel carrier for hunting on the Stees Highway, in all seriousness, this is the area where people express their concerns and is crowded, and that's where you may get the herd of caribou on the road.
Thank you for that clarification.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to be in support of the 100-foot deal. It was an anomaly when we had to reduce the herd by thousands. It created a lot of interest. There was a lot of people. It is a a gravel road. And so with the quotas that we're at, and in the department, I think did a pretty good job, with the winter hunt, still provided that winter opportunity. And, it'll be a lot less traffic than what it looks like right now. That was one of those deals where we had to reduce a lot of harvest quickly, and it, produced all those photographs and all those perceived issues that we're talking about, that there's very little documentation to back them up.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment? If not, are we ready for the question on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment to make it a 100-foot buffer.
100-foot buffer and within a certain mile post,
Right.
which will be designated by the department, caribou hunting only.
Yep.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Oh, I missed one.
Ruth?
Oh, and Ms. Cusick, sorry about that.
Yes.
Yes, that amendment carries 5-2.
Okay, the proposal is amended as before us. This additional discussion on the proposal. I think we've had a pretty good discussion. Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the proposal as amended.
I didn't hear a second. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 113 as amended. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 5-2.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 114, allow proxy hunting for caribou in units 20 Bravo, 20 Delta, 20 Echo, 20 Foxtrot, and 24 Charlie registration hunts.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 114 was submitted by the public. The intent of this proposal is to allow proxy hunting for caribou in units 20B, 20D, 20E, 20F, 25, and 25C under caribou registration hunts, RC 860 and RC 867. The department is neutral on this proposal and has no biological or no conservation concerns with the current hunt management structure. Upper Tanana 40 Mile AC opposed this. However, the Delta, Fairbanks, and Eagle ACs all supported it. Although I would draw attention to an amendment. Fairbanks was support with an amendment, and Eagle was support with amendment. The prohibition of proxy hunting under the RC 860 and RC 867 40 Mile caribou registration hunt was first put in place by the board during their March 2006 Interior Board of Game meeting, but the prohibition only applied to Unit 20E at that time. The board adopted this regulation because proxy hunting would allow circumvention of harvest restrictions specified by the board for these the registration hunts in Unit 20E. The board expanded the proxy hunting prohibition for 40 Mile caribou under these registration permits to include units 20B, 20D, 20E, 20F, and 25C at their 2012 Interior Region meeting based on recommendations in the publicly developed 2012 to 2018 40 Mile herd harvest plan. The recommendation to prohibit proxy hunting was retained in the current 2019-2023 harvest plan for the 40 Mile herd, and the prohibition remains in place for these hunts at this time. As previously mentioned, these are the CNT, ANS, and IM objectives listed on this slide. I won't repeat those. Again, the herd has declined and is in a reduced nutritional state, and the 2023 harvest objective or 2023 harvest quota of 1,000 did meet the IM objective. Again, proposal 114 submitted by the public. The department is neutral and has no conservation concerns with the current hunt structure, hunt management structure. Thank you.
Thank you. What was the concern that the department had back in 2006? Do we know?
Mr. Chair, it actually was the public that came forward, and it was circumventing the restriction of the caribou hunt, where you could only have one permit per person, and I can't remember, there might have been something with the moose hunt too at the time. I'd have to have a cup of coffee and think about it.
But it would no way change the quotas and the way you enforce it. It's, the reporting's still the same, and your ability to close a zone when your zone quotas are met, regardless of whether it's a proxy or you're hunting for yourself, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Board discussion, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I caught the Eagle AC that has comments on amendment. What was the other AC?
Through the chair was Fairbanks AC.
Oh, Fairbanks AC.
Yeah. I think
Thank
there are
you.
similar amendments, I think.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we had a really healthy conversation up in Kotzebue about proxy hunting. Are there other caribou populations that we have a proxy prohibition on?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, we're working on it.
Thank you.
Okay, Stosh, while they're finding the information.
I got another one for them to look up to it. Do we have a definition of an elder?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I can answer that one. We do not have that definition, but we do have an age threshold where people qualify for proxy.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, so people don't have to look them all up, but, yeah, Eagle was suggesting that it be for elders only, and the Fairbanks amendment was to have one proxy per hunter, per year.
Okay. And right now, most proxy hunting is someone over 65 or disabled, correct? And so this,
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
okay. Additional discussion, board members? Go ahead, Ruth.
I don't think I could support this proposal. It seems like, being such a public area where somebody could go hunting right off the highway and they could shoot 2 caribou in a row. I don't think I could support this. I think, after it's done, that people would be complaining.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can support this proposal. Shooting 2 caribou is a lot easier than shooting 2 moose, and we have proxies on those. And there's, there's people that are, either get handicapped or they get, diagnosed before the season opens up with some terrible condition, physical condition or virus or whatever, that won't be able to go hunting and, could rely on that food source for the winter, for part of the winter. And then you have, disabled people that you'd like the proxy for. So I like proxies. It's, it's part of, subsistence activity even, you go out and hunt and bring the meat back and, give it to your elder or your disabled or handicapped person.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. Another question to the department. For the proxy hunts, are you able to harvest 2 in a row, or do you gotta go bring one out and then come back and start over?
Through the chair, so I'll answer Member Hoffman's question in just a moment. To get back to Member Fletcher's question, yes, there are other caribou hunts where this same restriction exists for proxy hunting. So there are some other herds where proxy hunting is not allowed. Mulchatna caribou is one, for example. There are some other additional examples as well for deer in Unit 5A. So there is a number of additional proxy restrictions in addition to just this one in regulation. And to address Member Hoffman's questions, this board has currently made it so that a person may not be a proxy for more than one beneficiary at a time. So go out, take your animal and your beneficiary's animal, come back in, process everything, whatnot, get another proxy authorization, and go back out. Now, there are some caveats to that as well. Unit 13, you can only proxy hunt once per species per season. So the board has a lot of flexibility here and has exercised that in numerous ways.
Okay. Dave?
Thank you. With Unit 13, that's similar to what Fairbanks AC is asking with their amendment. And maybe we can discuss that, if that might be something direction we might want to go also. Still allow proxy hunting, but maybe have a little bit of restrictions on how many, that type of thing. And second quick question for Natalie. Do you have is there a definition of being disabled under the regulation? Or what that means?
Through the chair, there is a definition in statute for disabled. There is both mentally disabled and physically disabled for the purposes of proxy hunting, yes.
Okay, Dave, did you want to offer an amendment?
I'd like to hear a little discussion on going that direction, then I'll offer an amendment if I could.
Okay, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a good amendment. I would support it. You know, we're talking about caribou in Unit 20. And so we're basically talking about 40-mile caribou with the areas that we have. Again, we're going to be down in low quota numbers here for quite a while. And so if you're going to, you know, allow a proxy, yeah, it would be one per hunter or one per beneficiary per hunter per year type of thing, so.
I think that's a good idea. I have a little bit of the public perception concern that Ruth expressed, where when you're hunting a herd animal, you actually shoot two at once, one for yourself and one for the proxy, and you're handling them at the same time. But rarely do people hunt by themselves in these cases, and so I suspect that that's not as much of a concern as it could be, but yeah, it could be a public perception issue for some people. But I also think that the one proxy per person per year makes a lot of sense if we're going to a proxy in an area where we haven't had one before. James?
Just to clarify, and it's one proxy per person per year per species.
Per species, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure
Yeah.
that was what we're talking about.
Or for this hunt. Okay, so Ryan?
I just want to remind the board, there is still a restriction that a person cannot hold a caribou and a moose permit at the same time.
In part of this area?
That's correct, in 20E.
Right, I got that. Go ahead, Al.
Do you think we have to mention the word species? This is about caribou. It's
No,
about 40-mile caribou.
Yeah. I think we're good on this particular one. It's just for this, we're allowing it for caribou, one
But if you
proxy
say
per year.
species, that would maybe then include moose.
Yeah.
In Unit 20.
Yeah, and I don't know that we want to change anything else at the same time we're talking about caribou, so I think your concern is correct,
Yeah.
that we want, the amendment should just be for proxy hunting for caribou, but no more than one proxy in this hunt, or whatever. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment. And if I can have Natalie read the Unit 13 language to be similar to what the Fairbanks AC is amending, that be proxy for only one hunter, one proxy hunter per animal per year.
Through the chair, the existing language for that is that a person may not be a proxy more than once per season per species in Unit 13.
Second.
Thank you, board member. Anyway, go ahead, Dave.
And with that language, I'd like to make that amendment to mirror the Unit 13 language.
Al?
I would ask Natalie, would that include moose then, the way they've written it? Or made the motion on?
I'm going to punt to law because the proposal is about caribou only.
It's actually about 2 registration hunts for caribou. So I would suggest that no more than one proxy for hunting in RC 860 and RC 867, which are the ones in the proposal, and rather than going with species.
I think it might be wise to take just a quick break and have that written down. Or do you think we
Sure.
can take care of it right now?
I think we could take care of it right now, but I'm not sure everyone else here agrees with me. If others agree, I think you understand that, Al.
Yes, I like things specific and
Right, and this is.
sometimes we leave the meeting and Natalie and Cheryl get down there in Palmer. It's not what I remember.
I think it's pretty clear, Dave. One proxy per hunter per year for hunts RC 860 and RC 867.
Okay, I'll go ahead and use Chairman Burnett's language if my second agrees with that. Thank you.
I think Natalie could understand that, and any discussion on the amendment?
Call a question.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, I just wanted to clarify one of the things that came up in the discussion, that the statute authorizes proxy hunting for people who are blind, over age 65, or with mental or physical disabilities. So if someone gets sick, that doesn't count. Also, for the disabilities, you do need to have proof from an Alaska medical practitioner.
Right, and disabilities may be long-term disabilities. It could be a disability that came up when you got, it could be a more recent disability.
At least 70% disabled.
Right, and that doesn't require an Alaska doctor to certify that disability under our statutes. Now, just so we're all clear on the record, but the amendment before us is to do with restricting it to one proxy per hunter per year in these hunts. And are we clear on that? We ready to vote? Go ahead.
I'll call the question again.
Okay, on the amendment.
On the amendment. Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, the amended proposal to allow for proxy hunting for caribou in units 20B, 20D, 20E, 20F, and 25C registration hunts RC 860 and RC 867 with the stipulation that a hunter can only have one proxy per year is before us. Discussion on that proposal as amended. I'm hearing no discussion, but Dave?
Thank you. I think with the amendment, it covers the concerns for the Fairbanks AC and also the Eagle AC that had an elder, but elders already qualify based on age. Maybe their definition of elder may include somebody younger, but going on the current regulation or the current statute, they would qualify for them also. And it covers most of the proposers' concerns also. So I'm going to go ahead and vote for that.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that we could have, Dave and I are qualified to have someone proxy hunt for us. But the rest of the board members, unless they're disabled, and I don't think they are, we do have the, but I didn't want to point that out. I don't think that's a conflict that prevents us from voting, but any additional discussion on this?
Call a question.
Question has been called.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Mr.
Dave.
Chairman. The board has heard no concern from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 114 as amended. Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended 6-1.
Let's do one more proposal, so we get done with the 40-mile caribou herd, and then we will we'll recess for the evening.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 115, require hunters taking 40-mile caribou to gut the animals in the field.
Second.
Proposal 114's been, or 115's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 115 was submitted by the public. based on communications with the proposer to clarify the intent of the proposal, if adopted, this proposal would establish a requirement for 40-mile caribou hunters participating in all 40-mile caribou hunts to dispose of viscera of harvested caribou at the kill site. The department is neutral on this proposal. Upper Town 40-mile AC took no action. Delta AC supported with an amendment. Fairbanks was opposed and Eagle supported. The issue clarified by the proposer is that carcasses are often left in ditches and in pullouts on top of Eagle and 12-mile summits along the Steese Highway, which detracts from the hunt, can be unpleasant for people using the pullouts, and also attracts other animals to the roadway and ditches, which can be unsafe for motorists. And as pointed out by the proposer, recommendations in the 40-mile caribou harvest management plan for managing situations where large numbers of caribou congregate near or across roads such as Steese Highway include adding a provision to permit hunt conditions that hunters must remove all viscera from the drivable surface due to the appearance as well as predators being attracted to roadways. In recent decades, the department staff and enforcement personnel have made similar observations described by the proposer, including numerous blood pools, drag marks, and gut piles on roadways, in ditches, along the shoulders of roads, and in parking turnouts. If the board adopts this proposal, the department can implement the restriction as a permit hunt condition using department discretionary permit authority for all the 40-mile caribou herd hunts. Again, Proposal 115 was submitted by the public. The department is neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support this. I think there's already littering regulations or statutes on the book, and you know, public safety already has a tool to enforce such evidence that we've seen in the slides.
Go ahead, Stash.
So, have we ever cited anyone for leaving a gut pile in the middle of the road?
Member Hoffman through the chair. So, yes, and I guess I would point out too that current regulations prohibit taking an animal from on or cross drivable surface of a road. So I'd say a portion of those photos that you were shown seemed pretty clear to me the animal was killed at the location where the blood was, which would mean it was already illegal.
Okay, so with the earlier action from the board, now you couldn't do it within 100 feet of the road in some of these areas. You couldn't leave your gut pile within, because you can't hunt there. You'd have to gut them in the field if you were to pass this.
I could shoot my animal, bring it in 100 feet from the road and gut it.
You would no longer be in the huntable field. So, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to support this either. Although the pictures and the proposer, brings up an unfortunate situation. There is the occasional time when an animal is wounded, runs, and dies, or, expires on a roadway or near a roadway. And I've seen it happen, and it's unfortunate, but, I'm not going to put something on the books to ask that hunter to drag that thing, a long ways away to try and, not have pictures like we have there, so.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion on this proposal? I think it's a well-intentioned proposal. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. I'm not going to support it either. Just a couple comments. On the pictures that you had on slide 3, that bottom left is not the highway, it's sort of a side access road to the river. And so what would somebody come up with just what is the highway and what isn't? And then on kind of the other side of the coin, the folks that do road kills, moose and such, they are pretty much told to take the remains away from the highway to prevent any kind of other issues. So, but I'm still not going to support this proposal.
Okay, any additional discussion, Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I'm going to support it either. You know, I stated earlier, we really depend on like the honesty and due diligence of sportsmen and women, so.
Okay, we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal number 115.
On 115, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie?
Final action on proposal 115. Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Brett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 1 yea to 6 nays.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the department's presentations today. We're going to recess until tomorrow morning. There is another meeting here at 6:30 tonight. So we'll let them get the room prepared for that and let the commissioner prepare himself mentally for that too.